Everybody all set? Okay. Good morning. I am not Chairman Wheel I did not shave. But good morning anyway, and welcome back to Docket 260103, the annual review of the rate adjustment mechanism of the Connecticut Light and Power Company. My name is Commissioner Everett Smith, and I'll be substituting as presiding officer today for Chairman Wheel, who was sadly called away to attend a family funeral. For those of you watching on YouTube TV, don't despair, as the chairman will be back as presiding officer on the next episode of Pure Docket 260103 in the coming months. I am joined today by my colleagues, Chairman Beecher, Commissioner Beecher, Commissioner Conti, and Commissioner Cheeseman. Sorry for the promotion. And we're here today for an evidentiary hearing in the second or prudence review phase of the annual RAM. Before we begin, I would like to remind everyone to pull the microphone as closely towards you as possible and speak in a loud, clear voice. The sound system and acoustics in this room are terrible, especially for a baby boomer who spent decades listening to Led Zeppelin. We have a previously posted agenda before us, but given the time since our last hearing, before getting to today's substance, we will take appearances from any attorneys representing a party or intervener this morning.
Good morning, Commissioner Smith. Good morning, Vice Chairman Arconti, Commissioner Beecher, and Commissioner Cheeseman. Nice to see you all. My name is Lauren Bidra on behalf of the Connecticut Light and Power Company, doing business as Eversource Energy.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dan Crisp, here today on behalf of the Connecticut Light and Power Company, doing business as Eversource Energy.
Good morning. Susanna Nigro on behalf of DEEP.
Good morning. Kim White from OCC. I'm joined by Consumer Counsel Coleman and Director Minikowski.
Okay, is there anyone else? Good. Before turning to more substantive issues, are there any administrative matters that any party or intervener would like to discuss?
Briefly, thank you, Commissioner Smith. As in past RAM hearings, the company would like to request that questioners please identify the area of the record, the discovery response, or the topic so that we can very efficiently have the right witnesses at the table. As you can see on the agenda, we have 18 witnesses, and we will do our best to make sure that they very efficiently approach the table and are prepared to answer all of your questions today. Thank you.
Okay, everybody got that? All right. Any other administrative matters? Okay, at this time, I'll ask if anyone is present today to provide public comment in this docket. No, thank you. Attorney, I think it would be Bidra, is that correct? Do you have any witnesses for today that were not previously sworn in during the evidentiary hearing on March 12th? And if so, please have them come forward and introduce themselves, and I'll swear them in.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Out of the panel of 18, 3 witnesses need to be sworn in that were not previously sworn in March of this year. I'll have them please approach the microphone in the back of the room. Mr. Matthew Correa, Director, Supply Chain, Strategy and Performance, Tony Berlandi, Senior Account Executive, Distributed Generation Service Support, and Timothy Griffin, Director, Accounting.
Good morning.
Okay, should I swear them in or?
Sure. Do you want to approach together?
Yep. Why don't I swear you in all together? Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence that you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So we'll start with questions from the authority staff.
Briefly, Commissioner, if I may. The witnesses here today, 15 of them need to adopt discovery responses that were filed after the March 12th hearing. Can do that very efficiently all together. If you would just please allow me a few minutes to do that.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you so much. So I'll identify them for the record. So these are 15 witnesses that have filed discovery responses since the March 12th, 2026 hearing, and I'll just have them please approach the microphone and they can all adopt them together so we can be very efficient today. So I'll announce their names for the record. And some are seated here at the witness table. Mr. Murray, Mr. Shelnitz, Mr. Davis, Mr. Glady, Ms. Landry, Mr. Toronto, Mr. Correa, Ms. Purbeck, Mr. Rice, Mr. Bruno, Mr. Pacelli, Mr. Bajan, Mr. Trainer, Mr. Griffin, and Ms. Berlandi. So from your seats at the witness table or the microphone, if you could please approach, I'll give you a minute to do that in the back of the room. To the group, did you sponsor interrogatories in this docket that were submitted after the March 12th, 2026 hearing?
Yes.
Does anyone have any modifications to those interrogatories at this time?
No.
Do you adopt your interrogatory responses as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes.
Thank you to the group. And I would also encourage the Eversource witnesses to state their name and title before they're asked a question, just to reintroduce them to the commission for this hearing in a more efficient way. And finally, there's one more piece of testimony I'll have two witnesses adopt that was filed after March 12th, and then we'll be done with this part of the proceeding. Mr. Davis. Did you co-sponsor supplemental testimony with Douglas Horton on March 19th, 2026 in this docket?
I did.
Do you have any modifications to that supplemental testimony at this time?
I do not.
Do you adopt the supplemental testimony as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Welcome.
Finally, Mr. Murray, are you familiar with the supplemental testimony of Edward Davis and Douglas Horton filed on March 19th, 2026?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any modifications to that supplemental testimony at this time?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt that supplemental testimony as your sworn testimony under oath?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. That completes the swearing in of the witnesses as well as their adoption of all discovery in the record up until this day. The panel is now available for cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming. I hope there's someone left back at the company to run the place. Would the authority like to proceed?
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Norton with Authority staff. Good to see everyone again this morning for phase 2 of the hearing. And welcome back to New Britain. I have a few questions this morning, and the topic areas I'm initially going to start with just a few clarifying questions in regards to the locational marginal prices and the effect on the PPAs. And then I'll have some follow-up questions to interrogatory responses, specifically as it relates to certain PPAs that were legislatively approved from the past, DASI revenues and costs, FERC-related ROE changes, gross earnings taxes within the TAC, and ESCO employees' involvement in clean energy programs. So that will be the order in which I go. So I'll start off on the LMPs and PPAs specifically with those questions. So to begin, has Eversource seen any significant trend changes to actualized LMPs and its impact on the PPAs for April and May 2026 since rates went into effect for May 1st?
Good morning, Laura Purbeck, Manager of Wholesale Power Contracts for Eversource in Connecticut. We've been filing on the 13th of every month the updates to all of the impacts on the PPAs and nothing beyond what's been reported already or filed already.
Thank you. understanding that those filings will continue until a final decision in this proceeding. The company then is not seeing anything of concern beyond its last update or has, sorry, beyond what is already, included in the NBFMCC rate. Nothing has drastically changed beyond the last filing. Okay.
No.
Does Eversource have an approximate total PPA net cost deviation from what was actually included in the May 1st rate at this time? That would include both April and May.
No, we'll be filing that on June 13th.
I think we had this answered by the company maybe in one of the last year's dockets, but or maybe in the separate procedural docket, but what is the company's approximate how much does the cost actually have to deviate to where the company would see the second prong of that two-phase test, the 1% bill impact to residential customers? Is there an approximate value that the company has for where costs would need to deviate for that to be triggered?
Yeah, so in our May 13th compliance filing, we do show on line 26 that to meet the second prong test, the 1% of total bill would be approximately $53 million.
Okay.
And that's to specify it's attachment 2 to that.
Was that, thank you, was that value determined based on looking at specifically the residential customers and what the impact would be to them?
That's correct. So the formula, we've left this as an active Excel spreadsheet. So the formula, what it does is it takes row 36, which is $183, which is the current May 1, 2026 average residential bill amount, and it converts that into a total revenue requirement using the current estimated annual sales on row 37. And that's approximately 5.3 billion. And 1% of that would be approximately $53 million as the 1% threshold.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the second portion of the test, which is a 10% deviation from what is currently being assumed within the NBFMCC rate. I'm trying to remember if that filing had that number as well. Do you have that in front of you? Is that represented there as well? If not, I'm curious what that value is based on what's currently assumed in rates.
Yes, yeah, it's same compliance filing attachment 2. Row 22 identifies that step 1 10% threshold as $30.47 million.
Okay, thank you. And that number could potentially change year to year depending on the assumptions built within the rate.
That's correct. So that is based on what is currently built into rates for those PPAs, net costs or benefits.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the company's interrogatory response to CAE 46, which relates to the Public Act 15-107 program costs within the NBFMCC. That's CAE 46. Within the company's response, the company states, quote, "There is currently no end date for new projects being approved under this legislation, and there are no remaining active PPAs that will come online in the future," close quote. Does that mean that more projects could be approved for a program like this within the NBFMCC?
Yeah, so
It's okay.
Thanks. Sorry about that. Yes, so the statutory language does not prescribe an end date, meaning that it doesn't say Deep shall procure before December 31st, 2027, all of these megawatts or, projects under this statutory authority. There's no prescribed end date in that statutory authority. I believe it's just if the cap were met, then it would end procurement.
So there is a cap then. Is that done annually? There's an annual cap, or is that for the whole?
I believe it's cumulative. So as projects terminate or as projects are selected, the number of megawatts that were allowed goes down. And then as projects terminate, it re-increases by that number of megawatts.
Okay. And that's fairly common of most of the legislatively approved PPAs
Yes.
that are, okay, thank you. So at some point, of course, there's going to be costs flowing into these line items on an ongoing basis based on how long these PPAs are set up for, the contractual term. But out into the future, there will come a point where that cap is met and the PPA's contractual end date arrives and costs no longer flow to these line items. Does that make sense? Is that correct?
So are you asking, for example, if a PPA came online 15 years ago and its term was only 20 years, so in 5 years from now, that PPA is going to end, would that re-increase the amount of megawatts allowed to be procured under that statute?
I don't think that's what I was originally asking, but I'm curious if that to that question as well,
Okay.
but
Apologize.
mainly wondering if for these programs that the company's response was that there's no technical end date to this interrog. So just trying to figure out once a certain megawatt cap is met for a legislative approval like this, and those PPAs go on for 20 years or so, and the costs and any associated revenues end for all the PPAs that have been approved under that cap. At some point in time out in the future, the costs it'll peak at some point and then start tailing off, and eventually the line item should have nothing down the road.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that. I'm going to move on to the DASI revenues and costs, the day ahead ancillary services, referring to interrog response CAE 47. My question is there any expectation that the DASI revenues and costs will fluctuate the years ahead along with similar effects that the CL&Ps have on the PPAs? Or are those going to be fairly
So we don't know yet. The DAISY concept is new. It was introduced last March of 2025. And so that's why we're now seeing it in this review. And so we don't know what to expect. We do, however, know that ISO New England is working on modifications to the DAISY calculation. I don't have any more information other than that, and I don't know how it will affect those numbers or those revenues as it pertains to the PPAs at this point.
okay? So at least from your perspective right now, there's no way to know whether there's a positive correlation with PPA costs going up and DAISY revenues also going up.
Right. We don't have enough data to be able to figure out what the pattern is or may be.
Okay, thank you. Is there any idea when Eversource might have an idea more of an idea, or is that going to be an evolving?
It's going to be evolving, because as I said, it went into effect last March, and was what it was. It still is the same process, but they're modifying it. So even if we did have data, to go off of, and then it ends up being modified in the future,
Yeah.
it would make all the data null and void.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the FERC return on equity changes in regards to the potential refunds or
Mr. Norton, we'll just make sure we have the right witnesses for this topic. Thank you so much.
Slow it down, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
My next question after this one will be on the gross earnings taxes on the TAC as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Carl Pacelli with transmission rates and revenue requirements.
So in regards to the potential refunds or surcharges that could be due in the future to Eversource customers as a result of FERC's opinion number 594 referenced in the company's response to CAE 56. Has Eversource ever dealt with a major reconciliation such as this in the past as it relates to the base return on equity percentage changing for transmission?
No, this situation is certainly unprecedented with potential refunds spanning over a decade. The order directed a 100 basis point reduction to the base ROE and the allowed transmission base ROE. This covers a period of roughly 15 years due to FERC correcting its legal error. And we have provided refunds before related to opinion 531 orders. But that was a much smaller window, just covering the statutorily allowed 15-month period associated with complaint 1 under FERC Docket EL 66, where the ROE was reduced from 11.14% to 10.57%.
And how far back was that? That
The-
scenario?
The previous one,
Yeah.
that was a complaint back in 2011.
Obviously, you had said it was a much smaller window of time, but does the company have any recollection of how customers reacted to that? Were they aware of that change? Did they see a large enough impact to where it affected customers at all? And
They
then-
were refunded for that 15-month window for the difference between the 1114 and the 1057. And I know there was customer outreach from the company on that and other coverage as well.
Okay. And the timeline that's currently expected, but obviously still up in the air, I'm sure, is just looking at CAE 56 again. I guess my question is, or here it is, May 1st, 2027, the company believes you should have a path forward on knowing where this might head a bit more.
Yeah, there's ongoing litigation with the DC court, and they don't have a statutory deadline to act on these. But we do expect to have some clarity by next year's RAM. And currently, refunds are due from FERC on May 20th, 2027.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to gross earnings taxes on the TAC, and specifically in reference to CAE 58. Eversource stated that the Connecticut gross earnings tax is being calculated on top of the gross earning tax reported specific to the Hydro-Quebec entitlement revenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Shouldn't the company exclude any final calculated get for the overall TAC mechanism after parsing out the Hydro-Quebec entitlement revenue so that it's not being, you're not having that issue?
So yeah, just to be clear on that. So the HQ entitlement revenue is received by the wholesale company and passed through the retail company. That wholesale revenue is subject to gross earnings tax at the wholesale level. So both the revenue and the get are passed through to the retail customer. So the net effect of the two is then what is get affected. So effectively the revenue that's passing through to retail customers is getting a get benefit. So it's reducing that get obligation to retail customers, but offsetting that because there's a wholesale get obligation that also is passed through to retail customers. And then effectively there's a get obligation on top of that as well.
So the Hydro-Quebec entitlement revenue gross earning tax line that's showing up as a cost to offset that revenue within the TAC is not any get related to Eversource's obligation.
The retail CL&P obligation. Correct. So there's the wholesale CL&P. They get the revenue. They have a get obligation. Both the revenue and the get obligation are passed through to the CL&P retail customers. On a net basis, that's what's then get affected. So both the revenue, the benefit to customers, and the get obligation is passed through to customers. Both of those on the retail side are then get affected. So there's a benefit of reduction to revenue, a benefit of a reduction to retail revenue, reducing the get obligation. But when those get obligations from the wholesale side are passed through to retail customers, there's an additional get obligation. When we collect that wholesale get from retail customers, that comes through as retail revenue to the company, which is then subject to get.
Right.
Hopefully that's clear.
I think I understand. I'm just still a little bit confused as to the separation, I guess, between wholesale and retail. Like, I mean, my understanding is you have a get obligation, and understanding that Eversource applies the portion necessary to the rate after calculating a revenue requirement for the get, knowing that that's happening on top of a line item that is inherently gross earning tax. I would think that the portion that there's a portion that's somehow of additional gross earnings tax once we get to that revenue requirement for the TAC that could potentially need to be parsed out. So could you just explain one more time that, I guess, that relationship between wholesale and retail just one more time for me?
Yeah, so these are, and 1 second. Sorry, just trying to get clarification in case there was a different way I can sort of explain this. So on the wholesale side, the wholesale CL&P receives the revenues, the Hydro-Quebec revenues, and there's a get obligation that they have on the wholesale side.
Mm-hmm.
Both the revenues and the expenses are passed through to the retail customers on a net basis. And that net effect on the retail side is then get affected. So I don't know if this is a perfect analogy, but if a company receives revenues, they pay taxes on those revenues. They also have expenses for payroll, but when they pay that person, they then have their own income taxes. Not a perfect analogy, but that's sort of how it's working here, where when the wholesale revenues are received by CL&P, they have a get obligation. Both the revenue and the get obligation are passed through on the retail transmission adjustment clause. The net effect of those is then get affected.
Right.
So both the revenues that are passed down through the retail CL&P customers and the get obligation that is passed down through the CL&P retail customers are then get affected. So the net effect of the two is what is then impacting the ultimate get. And in this case, it's a net benefit. So there's a reduction on a net basis. There'd be a reduction to the GET obligation.
If you're looking at the entitlement revenue with the GET, but if you're just looking at the GET, then it's actually increasing the revenue requirement for the TAC,
Correct.
thereby increasing the GET necessary again on top of that GET.
Correct.
So-
So, yeah, so to explain that, so if we look at this, the one line item, as we collect that, so I'm just looking, bear with me, this is Exhibit G from our March 2nd filing, page 3, row 24. The total for the year is $1.8 million of GET. So that's something that the company on the retail side needs to collect from customers, and that will be reflected as revenue when we file our GET returns with the Department of Revenue Services. So in those returns, that will be reflected as gross earnings or revenue, and therefore the company will have an obligation to pay gross earnings tax on that $1.8 million. So what the TAC rate then does on page 1, and it's really through the rate filing we make on February 15th, but what that then does is it says, okay, on that $1.8 million, we need to get effect that so that when we collect the 1.8, we really need to collect maybe $2 million because we're going to owe that GET, maybe 200,000 in my example, to the DRS, netting the company the 1.8 million that it needs to collect through the TAC.
Right. I think I'd like to request a late file exhibit on this overall, just to get a better understanding. I think I understand what you're saying overall on the calculation of things, how it flows through. Where I still, I guess, kind of fall short is understanding, I guess, why it's flowing in as, I mean, it's revenue flowing in as basically like a contra cost to the NBFMCC, and then GET is being calculated on it, which is producing a cost to the NBFMCC. And so if we could do a late file, I would like to see the just a calculation of the gross earnings taxes that are calculated against that specific Hydro-Quebec entitlement revenue gross earnings tax line, the 1.8 million I think you referenced. Just to know what piece of the gross earnings tax related to the TAC is this additional GET being calculated on GET. But I think it'd also be helpful for this late file to include just more of a detailed understanding to understand why, or an explanation to understand why you have that, I guess, that issue between wholesale and retail side, and how, I guess my real question is, how does that dynamic work? Why is that revenue on the wholesale side not just a part of, why is it a part of the NBFMCC to begin with, and showing up as a reduction, or I'm sorry, TAC, I'm speaking the wrong mechanism here. Why is it included in the TAC to begin with? Why isn't it just showing up on the top line revenue for the overall company? And just, or in this case, the top line revenue for the TAC. And so would be curious of a more broader understanding of that, if we could.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. So late file exhibit 1, referring to an interrogatory response CAE 58 by Para, would be briefly summarized as providing the calculation of the gross earnings taxes included specifically against the Hydro-Quebec entitlement revenue gross earnings tax cost line item listed in the TAC.
Yeah.
Is that a fair summary of
Yep.
your comprehensive question?
Yep.
Thank you.
And then more generally, as it relates to gross earnings tax, could you explain, in a scenario like this where gross earnings taxes is collected in the effective rate, but where maybe the actual GET required by the Department of Revenue Services might differ than what was actually collected, what usually happens when there's a variance on the company's books of what was actually collected in rates for GET specifically and what the actual liability to the state is? How does that true up? Does it, if there's a over collection, does that come back to customers, or if there's a shortage, does it get charged back in the future?
I think I'd have to follow up in a late file on that. I don't know how that flows through the actual get returns. My initial understanding is that we use the actual get that the company is reporting. However, I'd need to confirm that through a late file.
Okay, I'd be happy to include that in.
Do you want to include that in late file 1?
That would be perfect, I think.
Okay.
So just an explanation for how get is reconciled. If there's a shortage or an over collection compared to the company's liability. I think that's all I have on get, and I just have one more question as it relates to ESCO employees involved in clean energy. The company responded to CAE 70. And the company stated in CAE 70, quote, "The administration of clean energy programs is predominantly supported by ESCO employees." Is there an overarching reason that ESCO employees predominantly support the clean energy programs recouped in RAM?
Brian Rice, Director of Customer Solar Programs. I think that the main reason is really organizational, just the functions coincide with the company's shared services function. So most of those employees, they reside within the customer care organization, since the clean energy programs is a kind of customer facing customer operations function. But but as stated in the response, if you can have an employee that is technically an employee of the service company, but whose responsibilities are exclusively in support of a Connecticut clean energy program. But you also have employees that may support multiple programs. I don't think that is not the case for the most part with the Connecticut programs. But they may also report up through an organization that ultimately supports multiple operating companies as well.
Okay. But these would be employees that had previously or should have previously been approved under the company's previous rate case, some total FTE count or total labor revenue requirement that would.
No, so many of these employees, and I'd have to look up the exact response, but many of the employees were hired after the date of the last rate case, which used a test year of 12/31/2016. And for those employees that were hired, and those were hired into incremental positions for these new programs. For those employees that were hired prior to that date, we did explain that they were backfilled. So when they received new positions to support these functions, these incremental functions, their positions were backfilled. And we did show, bear with me one second when I get the reference. Sorry, I was in the wrong paraset. So CAE 36 does explain or does show our employee counts and how they've risen since the last case. So in that, it shows the service company has increased employment of from 2,875 to 4,495. And similarly, on the CL&P side, we also show in CAE 39, the distribution employees was at a level of 1,417, which was up from 2018 of 1,266. So, when you look at service company, it's a little tricky because obviously not all of their costs are allocated to CL&P. So looking at just the FTE count is just one test that we could look at. So when looking at the actual base payroll cost, that's another measurement that we use. 2017 authorized $123 million of payroll costs, and the base payroll for 2025 was $140 million. So approximately $17 million higher than what was authorized. So between all those factors of increasing FTE counts, recognizing these are truly incremental positions that were established solely for the purpose of these programs, and looking at the total dollars the company has incurred, there is a basis to say these are truly incremental FTEs for the sole purpose of these programs that should be recovered through the RAM and are not being recovered through base distribution rates established in 171046.
Okay. Thank you. It concludes my questioning, and I'll pass it over to my colleague.
Well, while we're changing out, I'll ask a quick question, follow up, because those are some big numbers, right? And so, and you're characterizing them as incremental. In other words, they're program driven or they're service driven. Yeah, the increase in, am I understanding correctly?
No, I'm sorry. The numbers so in terms of the dollars, those are for total company costs.
Right.
But the program dollars are, I don't know if we identified them specifically.
I'll jump in.
And I was referring to the chain, to the delta. I realized those were bigger numbers.
Yeah, the delta that Mr. Murray was referring to reflects total employment. And
Right.
Again, that also includes total service company employment, which is supporting other Eversource operating companies.
Right.
The costs, the incremental costs specific to administration of the programs is a very small subset of that. And that is reported within the RAM as the administrative costs for those programs.
Okay.
And actually, in many cases, those costs are also offset by fees that are collected from program participants.
Okay. And are you seeing any synergies or scale economies with these programs with experience over time?
I would say so. Like a good example is the transition from the legacy LREG-ZREC program to the NRES program. Both those programs supported commercial renewable energy projects, and we're able to utilize the same resources to support them. We're not selecting any new LREG-ZREC projects, but we continue to have obligations to those customers that will span for 15 years. The same staff that is kind of supporting those obligations is able to also kind of conduct the business of the NRES program in selecting new projects and enrolling those, and presumably would be able to continue to support a successor program to NRES that's expected after passage of legislation in the last session.
And I think one point I'd just like to clarify, when you're asking about the variance, so that's my fault for not being very clear. So when I was speaking about the variances of FTEs, really for these programs, we're talking about 26.4 full-time equivalents. So we identified that in CAE 36.
Okay.
So the costs associated with these programs and full-time equivalents within the RAM, we're talking about 26.4 full-time equivalents. So that, once again, CAE 36 attachment 1, the numbers I was quoting was just in totality. When we try to look at incremental as a measurement, we're looking at our FTE counts in totality and saying, we had an increase to our FTE counts for the service company, 1,620. Of that, we're saying 26.4 of those are incremental recovered through the RAM.
Okay. And has that trended, the number of employees, employee costs you're recovering through the RAM?
I think in most recent years, it's been very stable. There was an increase when the RES and NRES programs were launched, particularly on the RES side, since that was a new responsibility for Eversource. The residential incentives in Connecticut had previously been managed by the Green Bank. And then the RES program transitioned a lot of that responsibility to the EDCs. So there was a staffing requirement there. And then residential deployment increased fairly significantly. So resources were stood up to meet that demand. But in the past kind of 2 years, I would say, it's stabilized.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, do you maintain any productivity or performance metrics on, relative to the staffing for RAM-related programs specifically?
We do. An example I would offer, and these are, I think we have reporting obligations that emerge from the annual clean energy review dockets and are reported there. But a good example on the RS side is we track the amount of time it takes for the company to conduct its reviews. We do a consolidated review of both program eligibility for a residential application as well as its interconnection application. And we track the amount of time it takes for that to be completed, both steps. So myself as a manager, I mean, that's something that I'm looking at on ensuring that the staffing levels are appropriate. Do we have enough resources to review those applications and turn them around and the timeline that we'd like to see?
Thank you. I'm sorry, and one last question, but, are you, as a management team, do you view the RAM employees in isolation or as part of the mission of the company and the service mission of the company? I mean, do you view them holistically, or are they sort of segregated to be devoted only to RAM-related, RAM recovery-related work?
I'd say both. I think because of the importance of making sure that we're establishing cost as incremental, from an accounting standpoint, we have very kind of stringent controls about who charges what. So from a kind of financial standpoint, when we hire a position, we're being very clear that the position description is specific to a program, that employee is directed to charge specific work orders so that we can separately track their costs. But kind of from a day-to-day management standpoint, those employees are working with other personnel. So the RS team members in management, even though they're charging a separate budget, they're interacting with other Eversource business units on a daily basis to deliver service to customers, and that includes obviously business units that are supported through base rates.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a quick question. You mentioned that some of the costs are offset by fees. Is there somewhere in the docket that I could find that information where I would locate that?
So specific to the RRES program, and I apologize, we don't have a row number, but it would be Exhibit F25 confidential, page 1 of 13. In that exhibit, there is a summary of the application fees. I think confidential. Yeah, so it wouldn't be confidential in total, so I can say that. So the total application fees for 2025 was $2,084,662 for that program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Christopher Arpin, and my questions will primarily relate to the SBC, the company's add-on netting project for the RRES and NRES programs, and internal and labor capitalized projects recovered through the RAM. So I'll give the company a moment to bring up witnesses for the SBC. So my first question is in response to CA 59. So I'll give the witnesses a moment to pull that up.
My computer froze, but you can ask the question.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Murray.
So according to the company's response to CA 59, LiDAR costs from January through April 2026 were approximately 8.5% higher, or about $2.5 million higher than the forecasted LiDAR cost included in Exhibit 8 of the company's known and measurable filing. Could the company please explain the primary drivers of this variance and why actual LiDAR costs exceeded the forecast?
And thank you for the question. I'm Dan Trainer, the Director of Collections and Assistance Programs for Eversource. For why there's a variance in the first 4 months, a lot of the variance is based on how much customers use, which is driven by weather, customer usage patterns. You're not going to get a forecast 100% correct every time. So 8.5% off is within the variability we would expect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trainer. So a follow-up question on that, and it's okay if the company doesn't have detailed information on this question, but conversely, UI's LiDAR costs were 2.9% higher over the same period. So could the company please explain any demographic factors or other factors that could explain why its LiDAR customer discount cost experienced a higher increase than UI's?
I'm not familiar with UI's costs, and we don't look at demographics when we're looking at customer usage. We don't have information on that. One big difference between Eversource's LIDR costs and UI's LIDR costs is we're on separate discount percentages. So Eversource has a 5-tier LIDR active right now. UI has a 2-tier LIDR. So we have different formats for our discount programs at this moment.
Thank you. And could you please explain a little more about the forecast process for creating the LiDAR cost estimate for the coming year?
Yeah, so when we did the known and measurable back in December, we looked at previous usage by customers in 2025, and we allocated. So we transitioned from, let me try to explain this. So in 2025, we transitioned from a 2-tier to a 5-tier LIDR in June 2025. So that changed up the whole format of our discount rate program. So we took usage from 2025 and allocated it based on a 5-tier program going forward in 2026.
Okay, thank you. And there are no expected changes regarding usage in that calculation?
Usage changes every month based on seasonality. So that's one of the biggest variables we see when looking to forecast LIDR costs. And then rates also plays a factor in that as well. As rates change, the discount amount changes for customers.
Okay, thank you. So another question on this topic. So given the LiDAR cost variance that we discussed before, $2.5 million increase, could you please explain the company's rationale for why the September 1st SBC rate should not be adjusted to reflect this difference between forecasted and actual cost?
The reason we stated that is because going back to similar things that I've been saying is there's seasonal variability in it. If you have a really hot summer or a mild summer, that could change the numbers significantly. If it was, 10 to 15%, 20% different, then maybe we would propose some sort of change. But at this point, being within under 10% difference, we propose to leave it as is.
Okay, thank you. So another question here, staying on this topic again. So the May 1st public benefits charge rate reduction may also reduce LiDAR expenses due to lower energy cost. Has the company quantified the expected impact of the May 1st rate change on LiDAR expenses?
We have not done that.
So I would like to ask the company for a late file exhibit on that, please. If the company could please provide any expected reduction in LiDAR cost associated with the May 1st rate change and anticipated September adjustment.
We can do that one clarification. So that when you say September adjustment, we don't know what that adjustment is at this point.
Yes. The company's forecasted
Forecast,
September.
okay.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that'll be late file exhibit 2, relating to interrogatory response CAE 59. And I believe you said, please provide any expected reduction in LiDAR costs associated with the May 1st rate change and anticipated September adjustment. Everybody good?
Thank you. So another question on a different topic here. So regarding the bond funding authorized by Public Act 25-173 for portions of the SBC and MBFMCC rate components, does the company have any information regarding the status of the necessary authorizations from the State Bond Commission?
No, we don't, not at this time. No updates.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to switch to a different topic, specifically an add-on netting project that was approved in a prior NRES program review, I believe a couple of years ago. I think Mr. Rice would probably be the appropriate witness here. So in docket number 230803, motion number 23, ruling 1, the authority directed the company to implement an add-on netting option for legacy solar projects. During Monday's UI RAM hearing, I asked UI about the labor and implementation costs associated with this project, including more than 2,000 testing hours and associated project-related expenditures. However, I've not observed Eversource seeking recovery of any implementation costs associated with this project in the RAM. Could the company please explain why it is not seeking recovery of any implementation costs?
Yes. So going back even further, the add-on structure was actually originally proposed by Eversource within the design of the Residential Renewable Energy Solutions Program. And it wasn't proposed by the company as it was a solution to a problem for customers that wanted to expand the solar on their property. When the RRES program was first launched, those customers were restricted to only the buy-all tariff if they already had a system, and that wasn't very popular with customers. Recognizing that, Eversource investigated the possibility of what has become the add-on accommodation. And we didn't even propose it until after the company tested it with existing systems and confirmed that, for Eversource at least, it could be accommodated with existing systems. And then after the Eversource's proposal for RRES was approved, Pura subsequently directed to make the same option available for NRES, which the company again discovered it was able to comply with its existing systems without substantial modifications. United Illuminating Company obviously has different systems, so their scenario was different, and they've represented that there were additional costs that they had to incur that were not incurred by Eversource.
Okay, thank you. So could you please clarify, Mr. Rice? So it sounds like there weren't any additional costs associated with the implementation of this in the NRES program because.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for cutting you off. There were certainly no IT capital costs, no major implementation costs. We do have kind of incidental O&M we require employees to identify if a customer has an existing system and then make sure the account is coded properly as an add-on netting system. But we don't separately track that. That's something that employees are doing kind of in the normal course of operations.
And those incremental costs would just be included in labor totals, for example, in the program.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so it sounds like the company was able to implement this, at low cost because you'd already tested it out from the onset or kind of planned for it. Is that an accurate description?
I mean, I wouldn't say we planned for it. But we thought it might be a solution to a problem that customers were frustrated by. So we explored a solution, and we're happy to discover that it could be offered with existing systems without any costly modifications.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rice. So one final question on this. I know you mentioned that there was some testing that was done prior to deployment of this option. Did you incur significant testing costs in connection with this project?
We did not. Again, I think the testing costs, I'm not a IT implementation expert, but I expect the testing kind of requirements were limited because we were testing an existing system. We weren't testing new code, which you would typically, I think, undergo more rigorous testing than we conducted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rice. Now I have a couple more questions here on internal labor and capitalized projects within the RAM. So I'll just give the company a moment in case the witness is needed.
We're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So my first question on this is in response to CA 67. So I'll give you a moment to pull it up.
Sorry, I thought you were going to say 68, so we're going to need a minute.
I have 67 up.
Okay, thank you. So according to that response, there were several accounting adjustments resulting in negative internal labor amounts associated with RAM recovered projects, I believe totaling over $240,000. Could the company please explain the auditing and accounting process it uses to ensure that internal labor amounts are accurate to the work performed?
I mean,
Jeff Toronto, Manager of Investment Planning in Connecticut. All of our labor is approved by timesheets that their supervisor will approve on a biweekly process. That's the main control. But a lot of these adjustments relate to changes between capital and expense. So it's really driven by the work order as it flows through the life cycle. As it goes through different approvals, a certain percentage of that work order will allocate to capital or expense.
Okay, thank you. And are there any controls that the company uses to ensure that the work order is accurate from the onset when you're calculating the internal labor totals associated with the project?
I mean, the projects work orders go through changes over its life cycle, so it's not going to be set from the very beginning. They put in an estimate at the very beginning, but as they get more specific details, that will change the allocation between capital and expense.
Okay, thank you. So another question on this interrog, and I know the amount would be very small, but could the company please clarify whether carrying charges are applied in the circumstances described in CA 67 where internal labor balances are negative? And if not, please explain why.
Just to clarify, are you asking when these project costs flow through?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so they would be. So when those negatives come through from that point in time, the company would calculate carrying charges to the extent that we had built in a charge into rates, and then those charges are being reversed due to the reasons Mr. Toronto had mentioned. As the work order goes through its life cycle, there would be carrying charges on those amounts.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to switch to different interrog responses, specifically CA 68 and CA 71. So I'll give the company a moment to.
Now we're ready. Thank you.
So according to those responses, the company indicates that pre-existing FTEs and capital projects currently recovered through the RAM are expected to be transferred into base distribution rates in the company's upcoming rate case for administrative efficiency and other rate-making considerations. Could the company please confirm whether it intends to reflect this proposed change in its upcoming rate case filing this summer?
It does.
Okay, thank you. And could the company please describe the process it will use to conduct the final reconciliation of revenue requirements associated with pre-existing capital projects and FTEs currently recovered through the RAM to ensure proper accounting of revenues collected through the date of the effective new distribution rates?
Yeah, certainly. And our rate case testimony will certainly lay this out as well in greater detail than I could probably go through today. But we would follow a similar process. We've been through this before on the capital side with our recent Yankee Gas rate case that we did, where there we had a gas system improvements charge where we were collecting certain capital through a reconciling mechanism. And as part of that base distribution rate case, we rolled in that capital into base rates. And through that, we mentioned, in that testimony, we mentioned there would be a subsequent reconciliation period or an interim reconciliation period to sort of reconcile the gap between when base rates are in effect and when the capital is subsequently moved into those base rates. So specific to CL&P, our proposal put forth is that rates would be filed on or around July 14th of this year for rates effective July 1st of 2027. So the expectation is that we would have all of the capital and incremental FTEs currently recovered through the RAM rolled into base rates as of July 1st, 2027. And what that would mean for timing is that for the period remaining January through July of 2027, there would be one final reconciliation for that interim period to ensure that the forecasts or the known immeasurables that were being recovered in rates for that period reflect the actuals. So I would expect, subject to what we ultimately file in the rate case, I would expect that there would be one more RAM reconciliation for that stub period, January through June of 2027. That would remain in effect for the 12-month period, May 1, 28 through April 30th of 29, to once again reconcile that 6-month stub period for those capital and FTE costs.
Okay, thank you for that response. Could you describe any administrative difficulties or challenges associated with that approach and how the company would work through those challenges?
I think actually it's more administratively efficient to do so because those will be removed out of the annual RAM reconciliation process going forward, and they'd be treated just like any other base distribution rate, where you establish those rates and then you may or may not have subsequent changes going forward. But what's established historically is already in those base rates. Rather than we've gone through these FTEs and these capital projects every year to evaluate them, which I will say is an important affordability concept. We talk about gradualism in our response, where although we're proposing to roll in these because it's administratively efficient to move that bucket of previously incurred costs into base rates, it's important to still maintain that avenue of interim cost recovery for affordability reasons. We've seen that through rate year adjustments in the last rate case and through the ESI, gradualism has allowed the company to maintain, to stay out of a base distribution rate case and also reduce the expected deficiency that we're seeing today. I think we put forth approximately $500 million without storm cost recovery for that deficiency, which would have been much greater had we not had those gradual increases that we were authorized through step adjustments for rate years 1, 2, and 3 and through the ESI. So that's what we tried to convey in our response, is that although we do propose to roll these in for administrative efficiency reasons for all those historical costs, we do think it's important to maintain that avenue or that ability to recover future incremental capital or incremental FTEs that do come about to support these state and PURA policy goals, and to create the gradualism that is, in our mind, affordability. And that's also something we're going to be talking about in great detail in our rate case, is the affordability concept. And we do have some thoughts and proposals there that will be as part of that case.
Okay, thank you for that response. I do have a follow-up on that.
Excuse me, Mr. Arpin, I'm sorry. I just don't want to lose the thought. This is a brief thought, but so you're equating gradualism with affordability?
Yeah, I think that's one concept we're definitely evaluating. I'm not an affordability expert by any means. We do have experts that we're retaining for that specific concept who are evaluating those particular items, but certainly gradualism in my mind is one of those. Seeing large increases, a lump sum of increases, can be challenging for customers. Seeing gradual increases does tend to have, I think, like less pushback, and it's more easily digestible. So that, without being an industry expert in gradualism or affordability, that was one of the concepts we talked about in our response here. But we will be going into greater detail and have experts testifying on affordability as part of our rate case, where we'll have proposals on affordability.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree gradualism really addresses rate shock, which is a different question from affordability?
I do think it addresses rate shock. How that equates to affordability, I think, I'm not the expert, so.
Okay. And, and then there's still sort of the issue of the frog in the pot, right? So gradualism doesn't necessarily mitigate the effects on ratepayers and families of rising costs and bills. Would you agree with that? I mean, it doesn't, like, however we do it, incrementally or gradually, we end up at a point where there's stress on ratepayers because of the total cost of service.
Yeah,
One-
I mean,
One way or the other.
Yeah, I certainly think gradualism has its positive effects. Once again, I can't testify. I'm not an expert affordability witness, but I do think gradualism does have its positive impacts to customers through whether it's avoided rate shock or affordability. But once again, I think in our rate case, we're going to have expert witnesses who can testify to that. But I just am not one of those, and I can't testify here today on that response.
Yeah, I mean, because unfortunately, there's only so many tools, right, to address it, and we can help households reduce their usage through efficiency. We can find assistance for them, but we also have to do everything we can do to keep the cost of service as just and reasonable as possible. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, absolutely. And we do show that, or I should say, we will show that through our application process, that we have been able to maintain a reduced level of O&M. And I think actually our notice of intent did provide some of that insight into what will be shown in our application, where, our level of O&M that we've seen increase over the period in between rate cases has inflated lower than the rate of inflation. So some of those efficiencies are going to come through as part of our rate application when we file that, on or before July 14th.
Okay. The other tool I should have mentioned, of course, too, is how we allocate costs and design rates. That's the other thing we can do to be cognizant of the impact on ratepayers.
Yes, certainly. And I would defer to Mr. Davis if there's any specific questions on that, but certainly rate design is a huge aspect that will be part of the upcoming rate case as well.
Right. And and we get to rate design in the full rate case. That's where we have that opportunity to really look at the totality of these issues. All right. Thank you very much.
So I just have one final question on this topic, and I know that you discussed it a little with Commissioner Beecher in a moment there, but if Pura did continue to allow the recovery of incremental capital project and FTEs through the RAM, could the company please explain the potential downsides of this approach, including whether it would reduce the company's incentive to file more frequent base distribution rate cases, knowing that it has been a while since the company last filed a base distribution rate case?
No, I think as we said in our responses, we do think this is a good avenue to have, a good tool to have for the authority to consider moving forward with future policy goals, and also to avoid distribution rate cases that are costly, time-consuming. Once going to get to that gradualism comment, whether it's rate shock or affordability, we think it's a good thing to have that gradualism for customers rather than having just a giant rate case or more frequent rate cases. So we do think this is a great tool to have for the authority in order to move forward those policies.
Okay, thank you. So those are all my questions. So I thank the witnesses for their time and for answering my questions today. And I turn back to you, Commissioner Smith.
About NBFMCC, the solar programs, as well as related to GSC and uncollectibles. I'll start with the solar programs question. In the company's response to CAE 12, it described two concepts: net excess generation and displaced sales. Net excess generation is the sum of what your customer bill describes as kilowatt hours to Eversource and kilowatt hours from Eversource. Then there's also displaced sales, which represent reductions in total energy delivered to customers resulting from the direct on-site consumption of distributed energy generation. Does the company have production records of displaced sales?
No, we can't measure it directly.
Okay, okay.
I think we may have estimates, but
Yeah, that's what I was,
it can't be measured directly.
that's what I was thinking. It'd probably be like whoever the actual developers were, if they might have the information, but,
I mean, I should say we don't have records of it, but for those customers whom we have a production meter, so we're measuring the total output of behind the meter generation, you could compare those two. You can compare the total production versus what was exported to the grid, and the difference would give you a value of what was directly consumed behind the meter. But we don't universally have production meters. We have them for customers participating in RRES, but the high volume of customers that participated in prior net metering tariffs and continue to remain enrolled in prior net metering tariffs, we wouldn't have that value.
all right, so just, so in really general terms, when you're saying the other customers, would that be the RSIP program generally?
Yeah, traditionally, prior to RRES, customers would have enrolled in Rider N to receive credit for net excess generation from Eversource, and then would have separately received production-based incentives through the Connecticut Green Bank RSIP program.
Okay. Have all the, since, I believe that RRES started January 2022?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that all solar customers, since the creation of the RRES program, they have that production meter?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then I'm just wondering, in like a sort of a ballpark idea, just in terms of magnitude, do you have an idea of like how many homes, businesses, megawatts are out there that would not have that production meter?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but it would be substantial.
Okay. Okay.
Because it would be all residential PV systems that came online prior to 2022, and then there's also program overlap projects that applied in 2021 would have still been eligible for Rider N, even if they went in service after that.
Okay. Okay. 1 second. Thank you for that. So is it possible for the company, does the company know the displaced sales for 2023 through 2025? It's my understanding that's what you just said. You do have that information related to RRES, NRES, commercial, whatever programs you might have. Do you?
We don't have it compiled.
Okay.
Yeah, so we don't have that estimate. It would be a substantial analysis to produce that, because we'd be pulling, data from 2 meters for 40,000 plus accounts.
Okay.
So we don't have it. I think I kind of caught myself and corrected myself because I wasn't correct when I said we don't measure that. Because I think in the case of, or we don't collect data that would allow for that to be calculated. Because I don't think that's correct in the case of our res projects. Because we do have the 2 production meters.
Okay.
Like on it, you could look at an individual customer and determine, okay, how much of their power did they consume behind the meter? In fact, we kind of shared some of that kind of individual customer analysis and estimates within the prior successor study docket. So we have the data that allows for that type of analysis, but we haven't aggregated displaced sales for, in the range of 40,000 RS customers.
Do you happen to know off the top of your head the docket number and where that might have been filed in there? And if you don't, that's okay. I don't.
Yeah, they're 250214. Some of it, there were a series of technical meetings in that, and within one of those technical meetings, Eversource had provided kind of it was still an estimate, but it was an estimate based on kind of actual activity.
And it was discussed in one of the technical meetings.
It was, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think the successor study was contemplating different rate designs, structures, and kind of having that understanding of how much energy would be directly consumed behind the meter, how much would be exported and then potentially netted. Helped to illustrate the potential impacts of various prospective future rate designs.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. I'm going to move on now to uncollectibles. So just a general question here. When you recover a non-hardship write-off, how do you record it on your books?
Commissioner Smith, Timothy Griffin will please, he was sworn in. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Tim Griffin, Director of Accounting. Can you repeat that question, please?
When you recover a non-hardship write-off, how do you record it on your books?
Yeah, we set up a reserve to reduce our receivables to net realizable value. When we bring that back on the books, we'll reestablish the receivable and collect that and offset the receivable.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Continuing on with uncollectibles, during the March 12 hearing, the company was asked about collection processes and responded, and I'm quoting here, "We've been using the same firm for over 10 years now, so we haven't had to go out and procure a firm recently," end quote. Does the company intend to issue an RFP for collection agencies?
So thank you for the question. I believe that question was referring to our legal collections firms.
Okay.
And not collection agencies. In my collections world, those are 2 different things.
Okay.
Legal collections is like an active customer currently receiving service that owes, in many cases, thousands or tens of thousands of dollars. And we'll refer those customers to legal collections to start a lawsuit to try to collect those dollars. Typically, it's somebody that we can't disconnect or can't access the meter. Or third-party collections, those are done after a customer ends their service. So if they move out or they get disconnected for non-payment and they don't pay their final bill and they leave us with a balance, those go to third-party collections. And there's a path that they follow starting at 35 days after that final bill is due. And they proceed down this collection agency path, 2 different collection agencies up to the statute of limitations. So I believe that comment that you were referencing was to our legal collections firms who we've been working with for many years now, who have performed very well for us.
Okay.
May I jump in?
Yeah.
I apologize because you may be headed this way, Ms. Wright, but So 10 years, same firm, has your fee structure or compensation to that firm, has that changed over time? Is it relative to workload? In other words, what's happened over that 10 years with the cost of that?
And so our fee structure has changed, and it's been over 10 years. And our fee structure has changed a few times in that time frame, I believe. I can't recall the last time we did that. It was pre-COVID, I would say. So pre-2020. And between 2020 and January 2025, there were essentially no new legal collections referrals due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we haven't, I'll say, did an RFP or anything since back then, or renegotiate the rates.
Okay. Mr. White, is that something we might want a late file exhibit on that trend data? You could articulate that for us. Thank you.
Yes, if we could get a late file exhibit to provide your rate structure on an annual basis to see for any of the legal collection firms that you use in the past 10 years.
Yep, I could do that.
One more time.
Okay, so that'll be a late file exhibit 3.
Yeah. So trend of your legal collection agencies and the rate structure that you have used with them over the past 10 years.
When you say trend of legal collection agencies, just the rate? Like
The rate for each of the collection agents.
We're paying for commission?
Yes.
Or rate structure?
Yes.
Yeah, let's ask for the amount as well as how the rate per whatever, per dollar amount, per customer, however you want to present, however, you actually monitor that. That would be great. Thanks.
Yep, we can provide that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, 10 years.
Okay, so that's late file exhibit 3. Sort of the methodology and rate structure for last 10 years on the legal collections firms.
Yes, including the billed hours or
Yeah.
whatever the billings were.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so I'm sorry if I missed it. Does the company, in relation to both collection agents and the traditional collection agencies you're talking about, as well as legal collections, does the company intend to issue an RFP for collections agencies? Maybe you do it for the traditional collection agencies and not for the legal?
Yeah, for the traditional collection agencies, I believe our last RFP was 24, 23, somewhere. It was in the last few years.
Okay.
We've had that. We went out for a full RFP for collection agencies.
And so with regard to not having done anything with your legal collection agencies for a while, why is that?
So with legal collections, it's a little bit different relationship. So they work off of commission. So if they go and proceed with a court case against a customer, and they receive a judgment, they maybe put a lien on the property, they don't get paid for many years in some cases. So if that customer goes and refinances or sells their property, then at that point they get paid. So even if we decide to go with a different firm, which we have in the past, the relationship is they keep essentially those accounts that they've worked on and got the judgment for future payments. They keep those until they're resolved, which in some cases is many, many years. And the firms that we work with now, we have a good relationship. They do excellent work. And, above all, they treat our customers right, because it's a very touchy subject.
Thank you. Thank you. Moving on in relation to uncollectibles, but just more broadly here, does the company have a policy that follows industry best practices on the frequency of RFPs for the company's vendors, including collections agency, insurance brokers, cleaning services?
So it would really be dependent.
I'll please have you state your name first.
Yep. So my name is Matthew Correa, and I'm the Director of Supply Chain Strategy and Performance. So the cadence of RFP would really be.
Pardon me, does he need to be sworn in or is he?
He is all set. He has been sworn in. Thank you so much for checking.
Thank you. So the cadence for RFP would really be dependent on the nature of the services, and it would be based on a discussion between the procurement group and the business partner area. Generally, we seek to have a term somewhere between 3 and 5 years, but there are instances where we might, deviate from that plan. In any case, if there wasn't an RFP, we would either require that there be a sole source justification or an exception that's been, documented based on the update to our policy that went in place August of last year. So the documentation piece is the variance there.
Okay, so you have a policy in place in general?
So there's no policy that dictates what the cadence is. We generally seek to follow a cadence of 3 to 5 years.
Okay. Okay. And is the 3 to 5 years, is that generally considered in line with industry best practices?
I would say it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for me.
Mr. Butler is going to come up and ask some questions next, and I'll flag for the company that they'll be concerning the ESI and some of the capital projects therein. The issue that I wanted to raise actually has to deal with one of the exhibits, AA3, which is currently only filed as a confidential exhibit of protected information. And just for the benefit of the commissioners and everyone, the history on this, and I believe Attorney Bidder, this was your motion number 6, was for protected treatment of filings related to the March 2nd RAM application. And at the time, the company represented that because many of the employees working on the production of that application were involved in storm response, was unable to redact. But because we were coming up on the first hearing in this matter, the motion was granted subject to the company subsequently filing redacted versions of exhibits, which it did over 5 or so different supplemental filings. But Exhibit AA3 currently only exists as a wholly confidential exhibit. And I'm only raising this, Mr. Chair, to the extent that Mr. Butler is going to have some questions about that. We're operating under the assumption that it's not the company's position that each and every word or label in AA3 is subject to protected treatment, especially to the extent that there's cross-references between Exhibit AA2 and AA3. And he's going to have questions about specific projects that reference AA3, but we will be careful not to disclose what we believe to be protected information, understanding that the company's answer may involve protected information, in which case you'll want potentially a late filed exhibit that could also be subject to protective treatment, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I'm familiar with the motion for protective order you referenced, as well as the commission's granting of that, and thank the commission for the leeway to roll in production of the confidential exhibits. They were very voluminous, just to give you a scope, thousands and thousands of pages of redactions. Is it Mr. Bowman and Mr. Butler's prerogative to go into confidential session, or would you like us to check on the status of a public version of AA3? I don't, off the top of my head right now, know, but we could take a few minutes to look into that.
I guess the question is, to the extent we're going to be asking about the exhibit, the preference would be to have a publicly filed version that's redacted, appreciating that that one exhibit is over 3,000 pages. We feel like we've structured the questions in such a way that we don't need a confidential session in order to proceed, because we'll speak in generalities, not about any one specific project. To ask about incremental costs and changes in decision-making that may lead to questions that would produce an answer that the company may wish to protect, but we can kind of cross that bridge when we come to it. But we would ask if it's possible to, by the late file deadline, which would be a week from today, have a redacted version of AA3, if possible. And I would note that I believe this is a similar conversation occurring in other dockets with related type filings.
Yes, the late file deadline is June 10th.
In addition to that, Commissioner Smith, the company will research the status of AA3 filed publicly over the lunch break and give an update after the lunch break. And if it has not been filed publicly, which again, I don't know off the top of my head, we will file it publicly by the late file exhibit deadline. So that plan works for the company. I'll just check with the witnesses if that plan works for them to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good morning. I'm Roy Butler with Authority staff. Like Russ said, my questions relate to the core capital additions, Exhibit AA2 of the March 2nd, 2026 filing. So first, I have some kind of general questions about the substation transformer replacement projects. And my first question is if you could kind of give a general sense of like the standard transformer capacity sizes that are available for these substation transformer replacement projects, and kind of talk about like the capacity sizing steps that are kind of typical, and also a little bit about the incremental cost of as you move between those steps.
Commissioner Smith, we have a witness who can answer this question, who will please need to be sworn in additionally. I'll have her approach and state her name and title for the record. Thank you.
Angela Soderman, Manager of Distribution Asset Management for Eversource.
Okay, thank you. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll try to give a generality like you asked, and then we might have to give more information as a late file. Our standard transformer right now is a 62 MVA, which is a 115 to a lower voltage, which could be 27.6 or 23 kV, depending on that particular station. Those projects, the transformer itself is approximately $3.5 million. And then the full project cost depends on other additional equipment that you're replacing, foundations, relays, switches, all that kind of thing. So it can vary greatly. But that's our standard bulk transformer size. We do also have incrementally smaller units, and the price would go down from there. And again, those are depending on each station's configuration.
Okay, understood. Could you give kind of an example of those smaller rated transformers? What are the kind of standard sizes that the company uses when they need a smaller transformer? And kind of how small can these substation transformers get?
So it depends on the classification, and 62.5 MVA is a very standard size for Connecticut as a bulk transformer. And then we would go down from there. They could be 40 or 25, depending on the station's need of the MVA. And then you can go even smaller than that to a 10, an 8, or a 5. And those are more what we would generally call a pad mount transformer, not a substation bulk transformer.
Okay, gotcha. And are there any other typical sizes between the ones that you mentioned?
So those are the typical ones that I did mention. There are a lot of legacy locations. I mean, Connecticut has had electricity for, 100 years. And so there are specialty items that we buy, but those would be on a very specific need if that station requires it.
Okay. And could you also talk about the cost as you go down? So like 40, how does that compare to the 62.5, and 25, how might that compare to the 40? Do you know kind of off the top of your head?
Unfortunately, I don't. I mean, we could give some information. Incrementally speaking, we're still talking about millions of dollars if it's a bulk transformer. The smaller units come down substantially, but we would have to give that as a late file. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay, gotcha. And do you know kind of like ballpark, how does the cost of like new foundations, oil collection systems, like how does that change as you go up in size for the transformers? Like kind of how much are those added costs?
So for the small transformers, the 8, 10, or 5 NBA do not require a lot of those different equipments. They do require foundations and oil containment, but they don't require, significant relaying, disconnect switches, things like that. Everything associated with them is smaller and less expensive. For a bulk unit, we require disconnects, we require relaying and monitoring, oil containment, foundations. And if you're talking about a bulk versus a pad mount, there's a considerable cost difference, but bulks in general are all in the same ballpark of cost.
Okay, gotcha. That's helpful. Thank you. So if a transformer replacement project at a substation is kind of primarily an asset condition related project, and the company's not projecting that there's going to be a capacity violation in the next 5 or 10 years, and say you have one of these legacy transformers that's a little bit smaller, would the company typically upsize the transformer when they go to replace this aged asset? Or would they kind of opt for a same size transformer? Or could you just speak about how the company determines the required size of the transformer when they do one of these upgrades?
Yeah, each transformer and station is evaluated individually. So we look at what is the asset condition today? What do we have right now? What does the station look like? The property. Then we also look at the capacity needs of the future. Regardless if a capacity was flagged or not, we do make that into the review to look at what are we seeing in the future? What are the trends? We also look at what is the standard right now, and is that appropriate for the station, or is it appropriate to keep it as a possible non-standard if that's what's existing? So we take a full review regardless of the initiation of why we're doing the project. We do all those aspects for each one.
Okay. And kind of what is the basis for you looking far at, like, if you haven't identified a capacity violation or your projections aren't showing capacity violation, what's kind of the basis for you considering whether you would upsize a transformer? I mean, you mentioned you still consider that. So kind of what is the basis for that?
Because the basic lifespan of a transformer that you're spending millions of dollars on is like 40 years. So we want to make sure that we're not replacing a unit for asset condition and then realizing in 8 years, 10 years, we're seeing an issue with capacity, because then you're going to have to replace an essentially new unit. So we want to make sure that we're being most cost effective with the future plans of that area, that location, with all the knowledge that we have available at the time.
Okay, so like, do you conduct like long-term load forecasts of like certain substation areas?
So my team does not do that, but our system planning department does look into different incremental load forecasting for each station. And they will do it as a system-wide study, and then they also do specific instances if we request it.
Okay, understood. So for some of these projects, and I think you kind of mentioned this, you're sort of changing the voltage on the system. So for example, moving from 27.6 kV to 23 kV. Could you talk about kind of why the company is making that effort, and also about whether that would impact the like loading at the substation or the required capacity at the station when you make an upgrade?
Do you want to address that?
Dave Glady, Vice President of Distribution Engineering. I guess I'm trying to understand your question a little better. When we say we're changing voltage, I mean, generally we don't change substation voltage unless we're trying to upgrade a particular distribution feeder area. In that case, what we would do is we have some historical legacy 4 kV systems. And in those cases, we look to upgrade those assets to 13 kV, which is pretty much our standard in Connecticut. So
Okay.
I just trying to parallel your question to substations, or have you switched on to a different?
Yeah, I think I mean kind of the system related to the substation. I've seen in the filings references to kind of converting from 27.6 kV system to 23 kV system. And
While the Eversource witnesses are taking a moment, I have an administrative update, if that is okay with Commissioner Smith.
Yes, please.
This is for Mr. Bowman as well. We have identified Exhibit AA3 filed publicly on April 21st, 2026. It's 3,155 pages. I did receive information that Pura had trouble receiving such a long document. I did just pull it up on the Pura website. If that helps with the cross-examination for public session, I did want to identify that for the record. Thank you for that.
I think I got your question now, what you're getting to. There's a particular project that we did where we did upgrade the voltage, and it was for a failure of a transformer we had. And the area was predominantly 23 kV. So to give us future capability for tie capability, operational flexibility, we then upgraded the transformers to 23 kV. So we went from 27 to 23. That's one reason why we would do it.
sorry, and could you kind of restate the reason for that?
Because we had a transformer failure at the substation. And when we evaluated the surrounding feeders out of that area, we have a mix of 27 and 23 kV. So to standardize, so it gives you tie capability, we upgraded the transformers to all be 23 kV.
Okay.
So that way you don't have those restrictions going forward, right? You have that ability now to have capability to transfer customers.
Right, gotcha. And does that change when you change the voltage going into the substation? Does that change the loading on the substation at all, or the required capacity for the transformers?
Not really. Yeah, we rebalance loading, but loading's not really changed on the substation, right? So we really rebalanced in that case.
Okay. So for the next set of questions,
Sorry, can I just jump in? Attorney Bowman, did you have any response to Attorney Peter's comment earlier about the website? Or are we all good there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the company's April 21st filing. Was that the date?
Correct.
And I do see A3, so apologies for our confusion on that.
No need to apologize. And again, thank you for Pura's patience as we redacted 9,800 pages. I looked at the total during the break just to get a scope of the magnitude. Thank you so much.
I'm sure the Sharpie company thanks you.
Thank you very much. It's actually helping us ensure that we're not flagging anything that was redacted, so.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. I kind of have some specific project questions then that it looks like are not redacted in the public-facing document. So I think for my first question, I'm looking at project CS 00533, it's the Salisbury Transformer Replacement Project. And I think that's on page 59 of AA3.
Just to be clear for the record, we're talking about Exhibit AA3 public version.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so first question is, can you describe whether this substation, the Salisbury 21J substation, was projected to exceed its load carrying capacity in the company's most recent forecast?
Reviewing the documents we have in front of us, I don't see any notes about this being a capacity-driven project. I would have to follow up if you wanted specific forecasting information.
Okay. So I think, and this is kind of one of the projects that kind of was prompting my earlier sort of higher level questions is, can you kind of confirm that for this project, you went in for this asset condition project and replaced this older transformer with a significantly larger transformer?
So the unit that was being replaced is the 21J1X at Salisbury Station. It was a 13 MVA, 69 to 32 kV transformer, 70 years old, so manufactured in 1953. And it was replaced with a 115 to 69 to 13 to 40 MVA transformer, which is a standard for that size and voltage.
Okay. So can you kind of describe like why the company increased the size of the transformer up to 40 MVA? If there wasn't really an existing capacity issue at the substation, were there any other alternative options in terms of transformer sizing? And how did the company kind of evaluate that 40 MVA was appropriate transformer size?
So I can give a generality, not maybe specific for this station, but what we would look at is the cost of having a specialty unit. Vintage transformers may not be made anymore for those voltage and MVA combinations. So if we did maintain it, it could be ordering a specialty unit, which means extensive lead time, extensive engineering costs, it would be an upcharge essentially. Going to standardized units that we have on the system enables us to know the vendor, know the configurations, make sure that it meets our specs, and also ensure that we're not perpetuating a one-off unit that, does not exist anywhere else on our system. So we do review that. There is a process in the project approvals where you would review what is a standard, what do you have, and what is appropriate to go to for the future.
Okay. And is the 40 MVA really the only one with this standard configuration? Is there like a 25 standard MVA or 30 MVA, other standard transformer sizes that would kind of, have the same configuration?
For Eversource, 40 is a standard size and 62 is another standard size. I'm sure the industry has lots of them. I would just have to follow up if you wanted more detailed information.
Could you talk a little bit about what you mean by it's an Eversource standard size?
So we have typical transformers that we've used over time with consistency with vendors, consistency with meeting our specs of the harmonics and the sizing and voltages that we use in our system. And so those having multiple of the same type allows you to have spares. It also allows you to have consistency across maintenance practices and things like that.
Okay, and is 40 MVA and 62.5 MVA, are those like the only Eversource standards? Is there a standard Eversource 25 MVA or 13 MVA?
I would have to double check. There are multiple standards available. It just depends on what's the appropriate solution for that location.
Okay. So did the company evaluate using a smaller transformer, say 20 MVA, when designing this substation transformer replacement project, the Salisbury transformer replacement project?
So our typical process is that we would evaluate that. I would have to look back in the documentation on the exact details, but those are evaluated for every project.
You evaluate whether you could use a smaller transformer?
Correct.
Okay, and okay.
Typically, it's done within the alternative section.
Mm-hmm.
And it's discussed to, do you perpetuate the existing or do you go larger?
Okay. I do not recall seeing that in Exhibit AA3 when I reviewed the alternatives analysis. Can you maybe comment on whether, or confirm that you did evaluate for this specific project, whether a smaller transformer could be used in this specific instance?
One moment. So I believe it should be page 80 of AA3. It's a section in the document called Alternatives Considered.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a summary of a previous project approval document that talked about all the alternatives that were reviewed. And one of them is an installation of a 25 MVA transformer.
Okay. This is on page 80.
It goes into 3 different alternatives that were reviewed.
Is that right under, is that in the sort of like list of bullet points?
Yeah, so there's bullet points there, and then if you go through, there's 3 or 4 alternatives that were reviewed for this particular project.
Okay, yeah. So my read of this is, it says certain details are the same for all alternatives, including required installation of a 25 MVA mobile transformer.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be temporarily using a 25 MVA transformer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the same 25 MVA transformer you're referencing?
So you have to have a mobile to support load while you're doing the work. So yes, that was reviewed during that time. And then each of the alternatives talks about what the specs for each of the options would be. So my apologies, let me see. I don't see where it talks about a specific size differential here. If required, I could provide further documentation to confirm or discuss if that was considered.
Okay. Yeah, I think we may come back to that. Another question I have is about the incremental cost as you move from, say, like a 25 MVA transformer to a 40 MVA transformer in the context of this specific project. Are you kind of aware of like how much added cost that would bring to the project?
In a generality, the bulk transformers, an MVA change is not going to change in order of magnitude. is potentially change a few $100,000, but it would not change, for example, it wouldn't double the cost. But we would have to get specifics if I don't have that here in front of me.
Okay, right. And does that also include the work for, say, a new foundation and other, oil collection system things connected to the transformer?
As a generality for the bulk transformers, those items are on the same scale. Like if you have 10 feet more concrete, it's going to be a very marginal difference in the cost. Because the act of actually digging and pouring the concrete and having the mobilization is the high end. The size differential is not going to be significant.
Okay. Okay, so I think I might just, instead of continuing to ask about some of these specific projects, I might ask for a late file. And it's maybe a little big, but so sorry, let me find it. So the late file is for each of the projects CS00533, the Salisbury 21J transformer replacement project, CS00544, the North Canaan 5L transformer replacement project, and CS00675, the Falls Village 9A transformer replacement project. Can you provide the following information? A description of how the company determined the required capacity of the new transformers, a description of whether the company evaluated using smaller transformers for these projects, the minimum sized transformer that could be used to complete these projects. In other words, that could safely handle the loading at the substation. An analysis of the incremental costs associated with using the selected transformers, including the transformer itself and the additional work associated with the things we've discussed, new foundations, oil collection systems. And then the 90-10 non-coincident peak load forecasts for each of these substations, the maximum loading under an N-1 contingency scenario for each of these substations, and each substation's firm capacity, load carrying capacity, and system switching capacity, both before and after completion of these projects.
Thank you. I would please like the witnesses to take a minute to consider all this information in relation to the due date of June 10th to consider whether it's possible, and we can work through that. I'll have them take a minute and then comment.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I will say, I think we were going into this trying to be sensitive to the confidential aspect of these projects. So that is kind of one of the reasons it's a little bigger than some of the other late files, but understood. And yeah, I think we're willing to work that out.
Great. I'll, if it's okay with Commissioner Smith, I'll allow the witnesses to ask any questions to make sure they have full clarity and also address whether this is a possible task within our very tight time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the firm capacity of the station and loading, I would expect that we could provide to show. My concern is the cost differential. If that's not readily available, meaning it wasn't already done in the full extent of your question, that would not be available that quickly for us to go through the full process. We could review what alternatives were considered and how they were estimated, because that is a requirement for each alternative, is to estimate them fully. So we could provide what the alternatives were evaluated for each of those projects and what those estimates entailed within the timeframe. But if it was not evaluated for a lower MVA because that was technically excluded, that may not be available.
Okay. Okay, so I think including the cost estimates for the alternatives that you did consider would be adequate. Yeah, I think we can stick with that.
I could offer one item since you asked earlier about the differential between the sizes. Maybe we could provide a table of our typical standard units and that's what we expect as a material cost. I'm not sure I could give the whole project cost, but for example, like I mentioned, the 62 MVA is typically 3.5 million. We could provide something like that. Maybe that would get to one of your questions.
I think that would also be great, yes.
So for late file exhibit 4, do you want to restate the question with these modifications, or would you like to come back to after lunch with a fully thought through late file request?
I think we can come back after lunch.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for working through that with me. So my next set of questions is kind of about projects that are eligible for some amount of reimbursement. So these are like reimbursement from like the Department of Transportation, so like relocation projects. And I guess generally, when a project is eligible for reimbursement, what is kind of the timing of Eversource receiving that reimbursement? And how would we see that in the ESI filings?
For a state DOT job, that's a little different. We don't receive payment on those until after the project is complete. We have to file certain information to them at their request, and then they would provide us with a reimbursement. But that happens after the fact for a state DOT job.
Okay, interesting. And so for say, I think there's a water plant project in here, or a hospital, like for other customer contributions. When does that reimbursement happen? And yeah, I'll stay there.
You have a page reference for that?
Yes. So I will do, well, it's project CD01840 is one. I think that's actually not, sorry, yeah, I think that is in AA3. It's also in AA2. So I can give you the AA3 reference. I think it's page 1400. And in this case, the project is sort of partially reimbursable.
Is it a DG job?
Was it? It looks like distributed generation.
Yeah, it's a customer distributed generation project. We receive payment of that upfront before the work begins on that type of project.
So the water plant is
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not a DER job, it's a customer job
okay.
that requested an alternate feed.
Okay,
So,
right.
so there's a portion that the customer paid up front.
Okay. And so, right, so my question ultimately goes back to like for customers as opposed to the DOT projects, when does that reimbursement come through for Eversource? Do they get it before construction, after construction? And also for both of these reimbursement or any reimbursement really, how does this kind of show up in the ESI filings?
When the reimbursement hits our capital project, that's when it will be reflected in the ESI as a reduction of the spend.
Okay. And so for customer projects, that before construction, after construction?
Before.
Okay, gotcha. So then I have a question about project CD 01790. I think it's page 1036 on exhibit AA3.
Okay.
My first project is if you can confirm that Eversource is seeking to recover $2,385,811 through 2026 ESI rates for this project.
That number you referenced, is that the addition amount for?
1 second.
Yeah, we just need to see what month that was entered into service.
So just for clarity, so the way the ESI mechanism currently works is that the capital placed in service for core capital programs up to the first $300 million, the revenue requirement on that is recovered through the ESI. So what Mr. Toronto is just checking on is, I believe we filed an interrogatory with those monthly in-service numbers. And really, it depends when that particular project was placed in service as to whether or not it fit into that first $300 million. So if we could just have a minute to verify that.
Okay.
So that particular project was placed in service in November, and therefore it was not part of the initial $300 million that was placed in service from January through approximately August of 2025 when we hit that threshold or that limit.
Okay. So you're not seeking recovery of any of these costs in 2026 ESI? Is that correct?
That would be correct. So only the capital additions up to the first $300 million would be sought for recovery through the ESI. We provide support for all of calendar year 2025 The reasoning is because if there are any disallowances from the first 300, those would be backfilled, and we have seen that before in prior RAMs. But all of the capital that's not recovered through the ESI is subject to recovery through base distribution rates in the company's next rate proceeding. So these would also be presented there.
Okay. Okay. I think that's helpful. So, okay, gotcha. Could you just also kind of confirm, sorry, this project was placed into service in November of 2025, you said?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And so the company's not seeking recovery of these costs in 2026 ESI rates?
Subject to the authority's final decision, these would not be part of the initial 300 million that the company has in its application in Exhibit AA at this point in time. But subject to if there are any projects that are removed from that initial 300 million, the reason we provide all supporting documentation is there would be a backfill to that up to the $300 million threshold that we're allowed to recover through the ESI.
Okay.
If you'd like to look at this, it's an RSR 005 attachment 1,
Right.
line 42.
And the other helpful document just conceptually is if we looked at last year's final decision from the authority, there is an Appendix A, which does show that timing of in-service. And it shows that, for the month of January, February, March, all the capital projects that were placed in service for those dates up to the 300 million is technically sought for recovery through the ESI. And then Appendix B, I believe, then has those subsequent months. So in last year's decision 250103, that threshold was hit in August. So technically the plant and service placed in service either in August or after August, that was technically not part of the first $300 million. That would then be subject to recovery through base distribution rates in the company's next rate proceeding.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. So my last set of questions, and this was actually just mentioned just a little bit earlier. A subset of the projects that are listed in Exhibit AA2 are attributed to solar projects or to system impact studies. And so first, I'm kind of trying to understand what some of these costs are. So for example, CD 01776 is attributed to, the description is independent solar, or CD 01412 goes to CTEC Solar. I'm just wondering if these are system upgrade costs related to distributed generation?
You would have to have a page number, would you, where you're looking there?
So it's not in Exhibit AA3, but it is in Exhibit AA2. I think I can find it. One second.
Assuming if they're not in AA3.
So it's line 168 in AA2.
Exhibit line.
Oh, exhibit line 164. And Excel line 194, exhibit line 190 is another example of a project attributed to a solar project. And I'm just trying to get some clarity about what those projects are. They weren't in AA3, so.
I think I lost your question along the way though. So what was your question?
Well, so I'm asking kind of what these projects are.
Okay, so let's
So
let's
like,
take this one that I'm looking at right here. This is 1776.
yeah,
Is that right, Jeff?
yes.
So 1776 is a distributive generation project.
Like a
PV. So
system upgrade, like you upgraded the system.
for that customer to be able to interconnect.
Okay.
So probably let me look at the specific one. So this one in particular required a new three-phase service, new metering, a new recloser for interfacing with that customer. That's all part of the capital. It was 100% reimbursable as well.
Okay. And did you get that before you got that reimbursement before you started construction on this project?
Yeah, that's correct. DER projects are upfront.
Okay. So I guess my question is why it's in ESI, like why it's in the ESI exhibit. If you're getting reimbursed for these projects, yeah, I'm just wondering why the cost is entering into the ESI.
Sometimes there is a timing lag where we get the reimbursement and it sits on our balance sheet and we move it over to the capital costs. Once kind of the construction work orders are complete. So sometimes there is a timing lag between the cost and the reimbursement that gets applied to the capital project.
And do these projects end up entering ESI rates as a result of that kind of being shifted over, this temporary shifting over, but that you've described, these end up getting included in the ESI rate? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
But I would have to see again when this one went in, the addition went in.
Right.
Because if it was similar to the other one, it might not be in rates if you want me to look that up.
And you asked about CD 01412. That's also a distributed generation project as well, 100% reimbursable, just to confirm. It was, again, system upgrade requirements for that customer to come on system.
Right. So I guess question, does Eversource consider those core capital additions?
Yes. And any customer work would be part of our core capital.
Okay. So then that's to say that Eversource does currently recover costs related to system upgrades resulting from distributed generation interconnection through ESI rates.
I mean, I guess over the life of the project, I would say no, but for projects that are 100% reimbursable, because the reimbursement would hit the books and then reduce those costs. But like I mentioned, there could be a timing of just the accounting of when it hits the books. So you could see the capital charges hit in a certain time and then the reimbursement hit a few months later to offset it.
Right. And it wouldn't, so the reimbursement might hit in the next RAM filing, is that right? Or it might hit.
In theory, it could.
Right, but like when we are setting the ESI rate and there's a solar project included in 2024, that goes into the ESI rates, then you get reimbursed, say a month later, but the ESI rate itself doesn't get trued up until the next year, the next RAM filing, is that correct?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Okay, thank you. I think those are, oh, I had one more. Well, one more late filed exhibit. I realized I passed up. Those are last of my questions. I did want to get one more quick late filed exhibit. And that is the project authorization form. And if applicable, any supplemental funding request forms for project CS 00516, Ridgefield 22N transformer replacement project.
So if that's, would you like to say something?
You're just looking for the documents?
Yeah, the basically the project authorization forms, the same thing that's in exhibit AA3, but for this specific project, it's not given in those filings.
Okay, so that'll be late file exhibit number 5. Should I repeat it or are we all clear on it? Okay.
Okay, those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes the questions for the authority. We will owe a revised description that's perhaps more succinct for LFA 4 after lunch.
Yes. Yep. Okay, so Attorney Vidra, would you like to redirect now, after lunch, or at the end of the day?
Thank you for asking. At the end of the questioning, please. At the end of the day.
End of the day, good. I think everyone in the room was hoping you would say that. And then as Attorney Bowman pointed out, we owe you something after lunch, and then you were going to consider the confidential material question, but has that been satisfied through the other dialogue, or do you still plan on coming back on that?
I believe it's satisfied, subject to Attorney Bowman's confirmation.
Yes, we have found and indeed used the public version of AA3.
Perfect. And most important question, do you believe you'd like 45 minutes or 60 minutes for lunch, given the large crowd you have here today?
We will take the full hour. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll come back here at 1:25.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. We're recess for lunch, please.
I believe me, I know.
Okay, welcome back, and we're on the record, I believe. And you're standing there, so I assume you have something to say.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I think wanted to run past the company the following description for LFE 4 to make sure it comports with the conversation and where we landed. So can you hear me now? All right. So this was to ask the company if this description comports with where we landed in the conversation for LFE 4. The reference here, the evidentiary reference is either AA2 or AA3 public version. And the request is for information concerning projects CS 00533, CS 00544, and CS 00675. And we'll break it down into parts. A description of how the company determined the required capacity of the new transformers, whether smaller transformers were considered, and an indication of what the minimum size transformer could be used for each project was. Then B, the company's analysis of the costs associated with each of the alternatives it considered. C, the 90-10 non-coincident peak load forecasts for each of the substations. D, the maximum loading under N1 contingency scenario for each of the substations. E, each substation's firm capacity, load carrying capacity, and system switching capacity before and after completion of the project. And F, a list of standard transformer sizes used by the company and their respective purchase costs. Does that work for the company?
All right, thank you. And let the company digest that.
Thank you, Attorney Bowman. When Ms. Soderman has reflected on the request, and thank you for clarifying the request, I'll let her indicate for the record whether that late file is achievable by the due date of June 10th.
Can I ask a clarifying question? On part A, you said a description of the determined capacity, what was considered in the smallest appropriate size that could be used?
I think what the question's getting at is if there is a smaller transformer that would have worked, why it was ultimately not chosen.
Okay. And then part B was the costs of the alternatives in part A, or the cost of the alternatives that we did consider as a company?
I believe in the conversation earlier, you said that you could most easily produce the cost of those things that were part of the alternatives analysis.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
So it's asking for that.
Okay. And then part E, you said the firm capacity switching capacity, and can you
Load carrying capacity.
Load carrying. Okay. Okay. And then part F, you said are typical standard sizes and the purchase costs of those units.
Correct. I believe that's the one that you'd offered that you might be able.
Yeah, I know we have some available, so I think that's definitely doable. I foresee this being doable for the late file.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, absent any other administrative matters, we'll turn to OCC and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I have just a few questions, and all of mine are going to be around Exhibit H and the Exhibit H dash number exhibits. So I suspect I have the right folks up here, but we'll start. Exhibit H, on page 2, line 20, and page 3, line 25, it shows what's labeled a hardship inbox cost. What is a hardship inbox?
So the hardship inbox is the way that the company receives financial hardship verification documents. So a customer who is attempting to qualify for financial hardship to receive the discount rates or other low-income programs can submit their documentation through our website, eversource.com, and secure doc upload. When they do that, that goes to a specific hardship email inbox, and that inbox is worked by our collections call center, Alorica, and those costs support or are for the people that work that inbox throughout the year.
Okay, so I'm going to say it back to you just for a second to make sure I understood it. It's an email inbox, is what you're saying, the hardship inbox, that's the, or is the cost the box, or the cost is the
The cost is the
people
people.
working to,
It's the people
Right.
working.
and it's the people working to go verify the hardship documents?
That's correct. So a customer can submit a variety of documents. They can submit pay stubs, they can submit state or federal benefits. So they're typically images of these documents that are uploaded. So the representative that's working the documents that come into that inbox, review those documents, ensure that the income or benefits that they've sent in qualify for the financial hardship status, and then they code the account appropriately.
Okay. And if I heard you correctly, and I think this was, I'm skipping questions here because you're saying some things that are triggering some of my other questions later. You said that it's Alorica that does this, that
It's typically on a day-to-day, it is Alorica. We do have times throughout the year where there is kind of peak times. I'll say around November when the heating season starts, that's a peak time for us. And at that point, we will have internal back office credit and collections resources also jump in and help with those documents. Those costs are not included in this. This is just the Alorica costs.
Okay. And I think that part of one of my other questions regarding this, and I think my understanding of the Alorica is when I looked at Exhibit H-8, which you can look at or not, but it was fully and completely redacted except for the word Alorica on the side. And so that was part of my question is sorry. So that's the reason it says that is because you're reflecting Alorica's costs.
Bernie White. Sorry. I'm Bernie Budgeon. I'm the manager for the Credit Contact Center and Vendor Management, and I manage the Alorica relationship. Yes, the hardship inbox cost is all Alorica. And I want to add to what Mr. Trainer said was there are individuals, full-time employees that go into that mailbox electronically and then pull out the documentation, review that, match it up with the account that it is for, and then does the verification for the hardship. There are certain times where the documentation is not complete. They also call the customer back. They follow up with them and making sure that the entire 360-degree completion of the work is done. It is just not going into the inbox, looking at the documentation. It is a complete work of end to end, and that's all what they do. So the amount of hours, amount of time it has taken, that cost is that hardship inbox cost.
Okay, and you might have been touching on my next question there. How are the hardship inbox costs? There's a separate entry in the original Exhibit H that was Alorica customer service cost. How are the hardship inbox costs separated or allocated differently than those?
So the individuals who work the hardship inbox costs, they do not do anything else. They're just dedicated for that. So when they get in the morning, say for example, they start their work at 8 o'clock, all what they do is that they're going through those documentation we've received and, verify, go into the account, make notes, call the customers back, follow up. That's all what they do. They're separate than the individuals who are taking calls. And I think the Alorica customer service costs, that is for that incremental average handle time, which is for on live call handling when the customers have to be verified, pre-qualified for hardship, talked about, the entire program with them. That's that. Those are two separate items, and those individuals are separate.
Okay. And so, but you said that it also, I'm just trying to understand. You said that your internal employees also performed this task because it sounds like the email inbox does the email inbox belong to you or Alorica?
It belongs to Eversource, but what Mr. Trainer was explaining is that when there's influx, we don't have 50 agents sitting there working that inbox because it's seasonal, and especially during the time, November time, when it is, starting of the moratorium, there are a lot of customers who wanting to get, their hardship verified. So when that influx of work comes in, then we take some of the work, like kind of divide that work between Alorica and the internal employees, and those internal employees, their cost is not included in this entry.
Okay. And in the hardship inbox, do other jurisdictions, other states have their hardship documentation go in there too, or is this just Connecticut?
This is just Connecticut.
Okay. So there's no apportionment. All of the cost associated with this belongs to Connecticut.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And, actually, well, I have it up here. This is like an aside question. I apologize, but when we were talking about that exhibit H8 and the one where it just has Alorica on the side and all the amounts are blacked out, is there a reason you blacked out all the amounts on that when they're public in exhibit H? Because I noticed the same thing. I happen to be going through all of these exhibit H dash whatever number documents, and same thing happened on the first page of every one of them. It was blacked out, a wall of redaction, and then, but when I go to exhibit H, they're all there.
While the witnesses take a minute, I can clarify for the record, and this goes back to Attorney Bowman's comment earlier. Motion number 6 sought to protect the information in the RAM filing such as Exhibit 8. That was redacted, which Pura granted in full. So the redactions are pursuant to the motion for protective order, motion number 6, that was granted.
Right. I guess my question is, why did you redact something that you filed publicly elsewhere?
I just have a quick question. So the amounts that you're showing redacted, is that the total amount what is like billed, or is that just the hourly rate?
So what I'm seeing when I go into when I go into exhibit H8, there's a front page, and I'm using H8, but I could use H6 or H12 or whatever else. I went into several of them. There's always a front page that has January, February, March, January through June on the top line, July through December on the bottom line, and it goes straight across with numbers on those first pages. That matched my confidential version. Maybe it was an aside, so if I was just trying to understand.
May I have a moment to confer with my legal counsel, please? Thank you. Thank you for that. Sorry, I actually have nothing to add. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm still in Exhibit H, and I'm on line 28, low-income discount rate, additional call handle time. So this kind of goes to the same questions I was just asking. How is this broken out from the Alorica customer service costs?
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I really what I'm trying to is like, how did you measure the additional call time from the baseline call time?
So, we do a time study and we pick random calls. And on that random calls, we time it as to how long does it take for CSR to explain the low income discount rate. Previously, it was 2-tier discount rates. And after the 5-tier was introduced, we've been continuing with our case studies, time studies on a monthly basis. And that's where we look at for those random calls that we select, that it is taking whatever, 20 seconds, 50 seconds, whatever that amount is. And that's how we extrapolate, saying that it is an incremental 50 seconds, 55 seconds, whatever it is, that comes as average handle time. And that's the incremental FTEs we add to handle that specific conversation in our call handling FTEs.
Does Alorica bill by the time, by the total time, or by the per minute or per call or
They do per hour.
per hour? Okay. Okay. They say.
Sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize. It's per FTE cost.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you explain that again? Per FTE cost?
It's per hour cost. Per hour. And that's changed into per FTE. That's what we get. So their billable rate is per hour.
Let me ask a different question. And this is, I apologize, I didn't know this. Is the Alorica contract in the docket?
Not in the docket. I don't remember.
Could we get an LFE that provides the Alorica contract, please?
Okay, so LFE 6, and can you summarize that again?
The contract with Alorica governing the, I think it'll be the.
Sorry, governing.
You have one contract with Alorica, right?
Yes, we just have
The
one.
contract with Alorica, period.
Okay, that's LFE 6.
Please, thank you. Sorry.
Program, right?
I believe you have one contract
is
with
it
Alorica and it's going to
just
cover
cover
everything.
everything?
That was it. That, yeah, it's only one contract for all the work that Alorica does.
Okay, thank you.
Have that. And we had submitted, just for the record, and we'll submit it again. We had submitted the Alorica contract through our Yankee Gas rate case as well on that. So, but we'll submit that.
Thank you. Last question from me. I'm on same Exhibit H, line 35, says MPP re-enrollment cost. Could you just explain to me what that is? Make sure I understand it. I'm sorry, on page 2 is where it's line 35.
So this is the IT revenue requirement for the implementation of the changes to the MPP re-enrollment process that we were ordered to do. So the MPP re-enrollment process changed originally when we implemented the new MPP. I believe it was November 1, 2024. The re-enrollment process was to make up 2 missed payments anytime a customer had fallen off the program. One of the changes that was made in one of the energy affordability dockets was, I don't recall which one, maybe 240501 potentially, 25, was to change the second missed payment, or excuse me, the second time they fell off to make up all missed payments. So instead of 2 missed payments, they have to make up all their missed payments. So if they fell off and they went 4 months, they'd have to make up 4 missed payments to get back on the MPP program. So those costs are the revenue requirements to make those IT changes.
Okay, thank you. That was, I don't understand. I believe.
Hi, my name is Laura Goff. I'm the engineer with the OCC, and my questions will be centered around Exhibit AA-3 in the RAM. So my first question, I don't have too many. My first question is in regards to projects similar to the one on page 2, project DT7C. So this project has a to-spend currently of 32.5 and then an authorized 40, but this is a supplemental request for an additional 25 million. I was wondering why that was for an annual project.
Yeah, so we saw a significant increase in the price of transformers. Kind of our level of quantities was consistent with the past 3 or 4 years, but the price increases on transformers have kind of gone through the roof the last few years. So it had a big impact on our capital plan.
Okay, so the to-date spending, what is that number? Is that just to the June date that it was created? Just because I don't see how that number's particularly helpful.
Oh, the 2-day spend was the amount of spend we had at the time that we created the supplement.
Okay, is there one that shows the to-date spend by the end of the year or up till the end date of?
It shows that in Schedule AA-2, it's the 68 million.
Okay, thank you. So does that supplemental request change, or will there be a new one depending on the new to spend amount?
No, because our policy is if it's in excess of 15%, we created an additional supplement. That path is within our kind of our 15% threshold level.
Okay. So what prompted the need to create the supplemental request while still within the authorized amount?
We saw the trends that were happening with the cost of transformers, so we knew by the end of the year we were going to exceed our original approval amounts of 40 million.
And do you happen to know when you started to exceed the 40 million?
I don't know the exact month. I can look on that monthly schedule we have.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then do you want me to move on to my next one, will you?
I have it right here.
Okay.
It looks like it was in June 2025.
So it exceeded the amount in the same time or in the same month the supplement authorization form was created?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. All right, and then my next question has to do with a section I saw throughout AA3, and it's the lessons learned section. I noticed that a lot of them were either blank, had not applicable, or none, but I was a little bit confused about why those sections were left blank for projects that were over budget and needed a supplement. Can you speak more to that or explain why? Or there might be another document that has the lessons learned in it. You could point me to that. That would be very helpful too.
I mean, I think our practice is when we do supplements is, I mean, stepping away from the specific transformer purchase one and more like on a project, right? So we wouldn't necessarily have a lessons learned on a transformer purchase annual, but on a project basis, if you look at some of those, usually we write the reasons and why what occurred up front. We have those discussions more internally our practice isn't always to fill out in the forms, but we do have those discussions during project meetings.
Would you be able to provide the lessons learned for each project as discussed, just so we can go over what went wrong, why it was over budget, and maybe have that on record for next year, so that way we can make sure that similar projects take that into consideration? I don't know if they're all documented or if they're meeting minutes. Or if a short 1 to 2 sentence summary can be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be extracted from our basis of what the basis of the supplement was, is what we'd have to do, is going to do that.
Okay.
And
Obviously, there's like a reason they go over, so we just want to make sure the lessons learned are being used the next year and the year after that, and maybe
sometimes
eventually there won't be any.
sometimes there won't be a lessons learned. Like if there's a scope change, there's no lessons learned. It's just there was a change in the scope of the project. So that's an
Yeah.
example.
And then again, it's lessons learned. Why did the scope change? Something to consider in the future.
There
So
could
if the
be.
scope changed, it started out as something, and then something prompted it to need to change. So maybe the lessons learned is to consider that factor earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, if you look at our supplements, we try to describe the driver for the supplement increase, right? Labor rates, a lot of times, like, we're trying to describe a lot of those things are out of our control. But yes, we could say that in the lessons learned is out of our control. Some things are not, but a lot of those things are.
Yeah. Personally, I believe lessons learned are things to be considered next time. There's something you want to take into account the next time that project comes up, or the next time a cost looks like it might go over. So that's why I think, could we do a late file for that?
So that'd be late file Exhibit 7, referring to lessons learned for projects, but they're project numbers. Can you specify those again?
Well,
There's actually a list in one of our filings of supplements, right? So we could use that list if that's.
The list for what?
I think you're asking for all the supplements that are in this submittal, right?
Yeah, in AA-3.
Yeah, I
So
think we have a clear list of what those supplements are. We can base it off of that if that's okay with you.
Great. Yep, late file Exhibit 7. Thank you.
I only saw a few in there, but there are a lot more. So if we can get those, that'd be great. Thank you. And then I was also wondering, what's your current range of estimated in-service dates for projects within AA3?
Sure. I'm not. What do you mean? Expand on that a little bit.
So each project has an estimated in-service date, and I noticed they range from 2017 to later than that. So I was wondering what that actual range is. That's what I've noticed, but there might be more or other ones. And I was also wondering how many are over 3 years old with an estimated in-service date. Just to get an idea of which projects have happened when.
Well,
and what the estimated
all the
versus
projects that we're talking about, work was done in 2025, right? It certainly could have started or been initiated years prior, and those in-service dates then would revise as time goes forward, like in customer work. We don't go and update our path documentation on paper to show what those new in-service dates are. So you wouldn't see, you could see a project start in 2018, but the in-service date change, you wouldn't see that here.
Let me see if I can find it, because it might just be an example then. But also, is there a list anywhere of all of the projects and when they, like the actual in-service date for all of them?
Yeah, projects don't have an in-service date, work orders do. So it would be a work order list, and I don't think that's included in this that I'm aware of.
Okay. Apologies, I'm trying to find this one. Oh, so it's on page 2033 of A-3. Is that project part of a larger project? Just because that one still has an estimated in-service date instead of an in-service date or completion date. 2033.
I mean, that project specifically did start back then.
Mhm.
That project had partial completion back then, and over time, there was equipment issues with the manufacturer. So that's why you're seeing that project completion in 2025. We don't revise the in-service date on the path form to show that.
Okay. Do you ever update any of the forms or create a new one that when things change?
The path documentation generally does not get updated because it's created at the time we create the projects. The work orders do have the details of when the work was actually done by work order date.
Okay. So when was this work done, or has it been ongoing for 10 years?
Sorry.
Is the project ongoing, or is it completed? Was it
This project's complete.
25?
This project's complete.
Okay. When was it completed?
We'd have to look at the work orders.
Okay.
I'd have to ask Jeff here.
Yeah. Oh, can we do a late file of the work orders for project completion dates?
Sure.
Thank you.
That's a late file exhibit number 8 for the work orders for which project?
Just completion dates we're looking for. So
Completion
that seems to be in the work order. So what we want is a list of the completion dates for these projects.
Okay, completion date for all the projects.
Did you hear that?
That's what I'm looking.
Give us one.
Yeah.
Just 1
If
second.
it's in there, please just point me to it. That's fine too.
So you do have this? So, hi, my name is Leanne Landry, Director of Investment Planning. So CAE 22, Attachment 3.
EAE 22.
Attachment 3 has all the work order in-service dates. So as Mr. Toronto said, we don't have in-service dates at the project level, it's at the work order level, and that's what's in that attachment.
Perfect. No need for the late file 8.
Okay, we'll hold 8 open. Thank you.
Thank you. That was all of my questions.
Good afternoon, Albert Sablowski for OCC. First, just a follow-up question on that 15% threshold for projects that was mentioned. Is 15% the amount the company has historically used, or has that grown with the price spikes you've mentioned?
It has changed. The previous policy was 10% of direct costs. And then we changed to look at the overall project, which would include indirect costs as well. And the new percentage was 15% on the total project.
Thank you. I'll have some questions on NBFMCC, SBC, the FERC ROE decision, one question on rate design, and eventually towards the end, some ESI questions. So kind of the full gamut here. But
Thank you. The witnesses will be waiting in the wings. That's a large topic range.
Sorry.
I think they're all close enough.
Just one or two on each, so.
Where would you like to start, Mr. Zablosky?
I have a quick question on the wind PPA. So, and this is in relation to CAE 51.
The right witness is approaching.
Thank you.
Apologize, I just need 1 second to pull it up.
I'm ready.
CAE 51. Here, Pure asked whether there are any wind PPAs that were not accounted for in the May 1st revenue requirement. The company has stated that there isn't any that will materially impact NBFMCC costs. Where thus far, if anywhere, has the company included any of the wind PPA cost in its filings?
In the projections that are filed on the 13th of every month, the Revolution Wind PPAs were included in that filing and in those numbers.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next question is on CAE 44, and this question is related to the future costs of LREG-ZREC.
Go ahead.
The company stated that the costs include both incentive and administrative costs, and that some of the projects will expire starting in 2028, 2028, and incentive costs will begin to decrease. As LREG-ZREC costs include both incentive and admin costs, based on the company's answer, will admin costs remain and not decrease?
So I talked a little bit earlier in the hearing about how staff support both the LREG-ZREC program and the now NRES program. And in the response to CAE 44, we explained this. Specifically, we said the company expects labor costs for the LREC-ZREC program to decrease in future years as contract terms expire and labor is increasingly allocated to NRES and other potential future programs. So as of now, we've already had a significant shift of labor costs being allocated from LREC-ZREC to NRES. It's not 100%. But I think we expect there will be probably smaller reallocation of LREC-ZREC labor costs to NRES, as well as potential future successor programs going forward.
Okay. And what is the breakdown between the incentive and the admin costs for LREC-ZREC? I mean, I looked at Exhibit 29 and BFMCC LREC-ZREC in the January 15th filing, but is there a better spot like within the RAM filings where that's broken down at all?
So I believe they're broken out individually within the FMCC summary itself. The admin costs and the program costs are two separate line items.
Okay, thank you. CAE 53, and this question was related to the rate allocation factors established in the company's previous rate case. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Has NBFMCC allocation of cost per rate classes stayed roughly the same since the company's rate case, generally speaking?
Yeah, so generally, yes. And let me just slightly elaborate. When we conduct a rate case, we establish the billing determinants by rate class. Everything there is based on the forecast for the rate year of that period. The foundation of all that, of course, is the load data from customer classes. So there are different types of allocators for NBFMCC. We are using a demand allocator, and those tie directly to the approved billing determinants. So they're intimately related. So the relationship stays the same. So the elaboration on that beyond that is when we set rates for a given in the RAM for a future period, such as May 1st, starting May 1st, 2026. And it's not obvious, but we bring an average rate in from the first page of each of our exhibits as a cents per kilowatt hour, which is based on the sales forecast for the future period. So effectively, the relationships, whether it's the demand allocator that I referred to or the billing units, through the cents per kilowatt hour. So it's kind of a price adjustment. Will bring forward the relationship, but it ties it to the future period.
Thank you. And how does that answer differ for SBC, if at all?
Same thing, because in that case, you have customer-related allocators, including some customer-weighted allocators, as well as predominantly in a more recent SBC is that we're using a so-called energy allocator, which is the kilowatt hours that are tied to the same billed sales that are approved in the rate case, but it's also each class's respective sales.
Yeah.
And I would just extend that to the other RAM components as well. Because at the end of the day, we're designing a rate, so the billing determinants, and then the pricing that we set for each of the RAM components, you have the cost allocation piece, depending on the type of cost, and then the rates themselves will be determined on a unit basis, and then it gets applied to the future sales. So you can follow any one of these RAM items. Some of them are just a straight per kilowatt hour rate, like the RDM, but where you have cost allocations, those relationships are intimately tied together.
And does the company have a historical breakdown rate change periods of NBFMCC and SBC in particular? Or residential versus commercial split for each. So for example, when we said NBFMCC has not really changed since, the relationship between how much each rate class pays, let's say, right? Do you have an exhibit like that anywhere or that data?
I'd say, first of all, we don't have an exhibit like that, but I'm not sure if you're asking about how much they pay. You said how much they pay, which is dollars, or the sales, kilowatt hours, or, it changes when you're asking about different quantities. So what,
Yes.
I'm not sure, maybe you're still trying to figure out what you're asking.
A little bit. So
Yeah.
it'd be either page 2 or 3 of each exhibit, right? And it'll be a first
Yes.
or second column. When you add those up for NBFMCC, let's say, for the 3 residential rate classes together, let's say add up to 52% or 50%, somewhere along those lines.
On a sales basis, like kilowatt hour sales?
So has that relationship changed over time, or has that changed over time when compared to SBC, let's say?
Well, certainly when you look at the total kilowatt hours and you divide it into the dollars, in a given period, that effective price will change. But the relationship of, let's say, kilowatt hour sales, let's use SBC, where there's a large share of the costs that are allocated on energy. So it's the kilowatt hour billed sales of each rate class. Clearly, each year is going to be different, the billed sales.
Okay.
So weather could drive a given year. So the actuals are going to be different, the relationship of actuals. But I think the other part about that might be, given that we use a sales forecast to set the effective final overall price, and we use those relationships we talked about a minute ago, you're going to basically see an adjustment to the proportional sales, let's say residential versus non-residential rate classes. But it's still going to play out based on their actual sales in the future period, the rate year. So we could do the analysis, but I'm not sure what that would get you, because remember, the forecast is going to be normalized. It's going to be kind of not necessarily, if you compare a prior year to the base year, or was it 2020 here, you'll see a difference if you analyze it that way. But it all kind of normalizes when you use a forecast sales, and it brings it back to kind of a weather normalizing and any other adjustments that might go into that forecast. So analytically, it could be done. We don't actually have an exhibit or an analysis to that effect. It's as we submit our new rate case filing soon, we will have a new set of billing determinants for the projected rate year. And the allocators that we use, not only in the RAM, but also in the distribution cost of service analysis, will have the equivalent of what now in the RAM is 2020. Now we're going to have a new rate year. And so it's almost like resetting. So maybe a meaningful or interesting comparison might be, well, what are we seeing in this update in the rate case compared to what's in the last rate case?
I agree. So I will hold off until
I'm just
I see
offering some, to help sort of
Thank you.
fuel the questions. Yep.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm satisfied with that answer. Thank you. CAE 56, and this is related to the FERC ROE decision. So
Hi, Carl Pacelli, financial consultant, transmission rates and revenue requirements.
Hi. In this interrogatory response, the company is not providing a known and measurable adjustment here due to uncertainty, due to probably timing and appeals of that decision. But has the company calculated what that amount could be?
There's a preliminary estimate out there, that $1.5 billion number, but the calculation for CL&P is dependent on the region's calculation. So we're working through that now, but we don't have an estimate at this point.
So you don't have like an expected range of outcomes at this point of depending even how any of the appeals go, or I guess have you modeled a financial impact or what that dollar amount could be for CLP?
I don't believe we have it down to CL&P specific at this point. We do need this to play through the courts. We have a stay for the retroactive refund, and then we're also appealing the order itself, that 100 basis point decrease to the ROE, and that will be working its way through the courts as well.
Okay. And out of that, did you say $1.5 billion? Okay. How difficult, just walk me through it, if it's possible at all, to have like a preliminary, like a range for Connecticut ratepayers? Is that, is that something the company could provide at this time?
Company cannot provide it at this time. Like I said, it will be dependent on all of the regional transmission owners doing a similar calculation, and then CL&P will receive a share of that, and then also, those transmission owners for the region would receive a share of what CL&P is owed or owes customers.
Okay, thank you. My next question is on CAE 63, and this is related to uncollectibles.
Yep, I'm there.
Yep, so specifically CAE 63 attachment 1, the spreadsheet. And just for my understanding, could you sort of walk me through on the, let's say, the delta change from 24 to 25 for ESI uncollectibles versus, let's say, RS uncollectibles, right? Because one of those is decreasing and the other one is increasing. And I was just wondering why that's the case.
Yeah, of course. It's a great question. So thank you for that. So with respect to the ESI uncollectibles and RS uncollectibles, those are both related to incremental capital that's recovered either through the ESI or the non-bypassable FMCC in the instance of RS. And for the ESI specifically, there's additional buckets of capital that are on top each year. So we have 23, 24, 25, 26. So that's capital up to $300 million that's placed into service each year. So the revenue requirement associated with the ESI is typically increasing. That was the gradual increases we talked about earlier. For RS specifically, those items have been placed in service. Those are related to IT capital investments that were necessary for the program. Once placed in service, there's no additional capital. It's really just depreciating from that point forward. Therefore, it's a declining revenue requirement, and the uncollectibles associated with that would be declining as well.
Okay. Thank you. CAE 68. This is in regards to internal labor costs within the RAM.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so it looks like the company is recommending moving all those jobs or FTEs into base rates within its next rate case
That's correct.
Okay, so and keeping in mind that the timing differences of when that occurs, and new basers arrive post rate case. Am I correct to assume that the company only means like full-time employees?
Can you please repeat the question, or maybe leading up to that question? Maybe I missed.
Right, so would that be full-time employees only, or is there part-time employees, as far as CA 68? So
It would be any full-time equivalents that are included in the RAM currently as incremental FTEs that were needed as part of these programs. Those would be rolled into base distribution rates. So we call them full-time equivalents. So I think I'd read off earlier, I believe it was about 26.4 full-time equivalents. And that's because there's employees who work on multiple different programs. So that it's the equivalent portion of their time that has been recorded to these programs. All of that would be rolled into base distribution rates, effectively removing it from the RAM from, if approved as we plan on filing, which would be effective July 1 of 27.
So say any companies, any employees from Massachusetts or CL&P subsidiaries or things of that nature that work on that as a portion of their time, that would just add up to those FTEs, right?
So
if there are any, I mean, but let's say there's an employee that works on the RAM here, let's say on any particular program. Obviously, they're not spending their whole time working on this program, right? They might be located in Massachusetts or something like that, or in a sister company, right? So I guess isn't there efficiency within the RAM for only pulling people's, experience and knowledge for a part of their, time as opposed to, fully, if that makes sense. And I imagine you assume that, but.
So just to clarify a little bit, so when we talk about moving the FTEs in, it's really actually the labor cost associated with those FTEs. So it would be to the extent any FTEs, and there was some discussion earlier on the FTEs related to these programs are generally service companies. So they may allocate their time across many different programs or companies. So really what's reflected in the RAM is only that portion of their time, of their labor cost that's allocated to these programs and is considered incremental cost of these programs. So that incremental labor will be rolled into base distribution rates, not the cost of that full FTE. Is that the question?
That's essentially it, right?
Okay.
So because there's
It'd be the portion, correct, yeah, it's the portion of their time.
Thank you. That was pretty obvious, but I was just looking for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. OCC 24, and this is late fees. And this question asked whether different customer rate classes have a late fee calculated the same way. From the response, it seems that residential rate payers are assessed a fee after 28 days, municipal accounts after 60 days, and federal accounts after 45 days. Do commercial rate classes get assessed a late fee?
Yes, they do.
And
It's the same 1%, so they fall in that first bullet there.
so that's 28 days after.
28 days.
Okay.
So non-residential and non-hardship residential in that first bullet in the response.
It sounds like it's a better deal to be a municipal or a federal.
Yeah, definitely municipal. You get 60 days.
Okay. And these are just driven by laws and statutes and.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, I think my next questions are on ESI. I've covered everything else. Thank you. Um, yeah, my first question is on CAE 71. And I know it's a little premature, but is the company planning to outline or otherwise indicate in its rate case the capital projects that have started recovery through the RAM versus those that have not? Or, essentially, I know you haven't filed a rate case yet, but essentially, how easy is it going to be to see which projects have started or gone through the RAM at this point, as opposed to projects that have not?
Yeah, I think so. So yes, our proposal will outline the recovery and the transition from either the ESI or from any of the other mechanisms, MBFMCC or SBC, where there are IT capital projects. We'll outline the proposal to roll those into base rates specifically. It'll have the timing that we talked about earlier, amongst other things.
Thank you. RSR 13, please. And in the attachment, the company provided a listing of projects it chose to delay due to inefficient capital resources. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And second. Sorry, my computer's slow today. Okay. In that listing, in the attachment, is it possible to obtain a late file with the cost of these projects, or tell me in the record where I could easily find that, or cross-reference those to get estimated pricing per project and the total for that particular list?
Yeah, we can provide an estimated amount for those projects.
So it'd be late file Exhibit 8 and relates to RSR 13 in the attachment, and you want the estimated
Cost.
cost of the project,
Yes, sir.
single project.
A project, it's multiple projects.
Projects, okay. Okay, got that?
Thank you. And in that attachment, if I look at those program categories, they're mostly related to reliability and system resiliency. And is that generally correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Has the company filed a list of completed projects in 2025 that are not coded or they don't have the same category? So for example, I'm looking at the type of projects that were completed that do not have the same category, such as these: resiliency and reliability.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. has the company filed anywhere here the projects that it completed in 2025 that are not resilience and reliability related?
Like by category? We did just do a compliance filing that has all that details, under 171046 that we filed on June 1st. And it would be Exhibit D. It lists all the details by category and by project, both the spend and the additions that would have happened in 2025.
And is it, so it has cost per project? Does that?
Yes.
Okay. So 171046. Okay. Thank you. Essentially, what I'm trying to get at is, oh, that's okay. Okay, can we go to Exhibit AA-2 Core Capital Ads spreadsheet? And this was filed on March 2nd. Just have a couple line items I would like to go through. Oh, and before that, can we have that compliance filed in this docket as a late file?
Yes.
So late file Exhibit 9.
Late
And
file Exhibit 9.
could
yeah.
you summarize that again, please?
171046 compliance. Total project spend, I guess, or detail.
Yeah, I think detail is more appropriate.
Just for clarity, Mr. Zablowski, would you just like the discrete exhibit to that compliance filing that answers your question in this RAM record?
Yes, it's essentially, I'd like to see the spend on all the projects that are not the reliability and resilience related versus the ones.
Yeah, that would be specific to Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's re-summarize if you don't mind.
I forgot which late file we're on. Is it 9?
And number 9. That part I know. Thank you.
So 171046 compliance Exhibit 4, I believe.
Let me just double check to make sure. It might be D instead of 4.
See, lucky I asked.
Yes, it is D. Exhibit D.
So we'll take a crack at summarizing again.
Okay, it's late file 9, 171046 compliance project detail of Exhibit D.
Exhibit D is a dog, right? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Everybody got it? Even me? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, all right. Let's go back to that Exhibit AA-2 Core Cap Ads spreadsheet from March 2nd, please. And I'll use the numbering in column A just to avoid confusion. Okay. So line 535, please. There. And this has TDRP in its description. Is that, could you tell me what that is? Is that target demand response? Is that what that stands for? Or just curious what that is?
Yeah, I think it stands for Transmission Distribution Reliability Program.
Thank you. we go to line 36, please. This states Windsor Locks WHSE renovation. Is this a warehouse renovation project?
Yes.
Okay. Line 45. This states truck canopy, and what is a truck canopy?
So yes, that project, truck canopy is a shelter for the line truck, so it goes under the canopy.
Okay, so sort of like a roof over, sort
Yeah.
of a, okay. Thank you. Line 79, please. Which, is this a shower room renovation project?
Yes. Yes, locker room, shower room renovation.
Okay. One line right under, is this another warehouse renovation project?
Line 79?
Right under, so line 80.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I've got like 3 or 4 of these, so stay with me. Line 100, is this a windows and facade renovation project?
Yes.
Almost there. Line 270, please. Is this a training facility improvement project?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, last one, wait, line 368, please. And this says small building renovations. Could you tell me what that is?
It was for building renovations at Waterbury Freight Street.
Thank you. Okay, and sorry, one more. Line 307. This says State Pier Offshore Wind. Could you tell me what that exactly is?
So it's a new service work, so customer work.
Okay, thank you. So just generally, could you tell me what this exhibit AA2 core cap ad spreadsheet represent? Broadly speaking.
It lists the amount of capital additions for the year 2025 by project.
So money spent on projects in 2025 per project.
It's not necessarily what they spent in 2025. It's if a work order went in service and the charges on that work order.
So some of these projects have been completed in 2025.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess I'm having some trouble squaring, like renovating a shower room and buying a track canopy maybe versus doing like resiliency and reliability projects. Can the company speak to that at all? When you say you're constrained by capital, but you're renovating, let's say, and I'm not saying that project actually happened in 2025, it could have been the year before, so I understand there's some time lapse there, possibly, right? But can the company speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So the facilities projects that we completed in 2025, these are kind of the critical ones that need to get done. Either the asset is deteriorated to the point that, you'll see there could be a roof replacement or these cases, or, something that's not functioning. For the truck canopies, given the weather that we've had, I'm sure that's been a multi-year project, but that's needed, to be able to address the customer reliability project. So company goes through and does a critical look of what's essential and needs to be done to keep our facilities up and running so that we can service customers.
Okay, so then those RSR 13 attachment list, those are not critical or not as critical compared to these, or?
When we made the decision to defer the work, we looked at work that was already not started. So, so some of that work a number of those projects are in flight. So that's work we're not going to defer, right? Because we'd have stranded capital sitting there. So the work that on that attachment is projects that were already not started.
Okay, 1 minute. Okay, I'm all set. My colleague Laura just has one more request.
Me again. Glad you're back. So this is my bad because I think I asked for the wrong information. So I was looking through CAE 22 attachment 3, and it's the work orders, it appears, for all of the work done with the projects. But what I was looking for is the project identifier, whether it's the name or the number, the milestone it's currently in, and then the date that began. So that would include, a project, if it's in service or completed, and then the date it was completed. If it's in construction, it's the project construction phase, the date it started construction. Is that in the filing, or is that information available? This is again for AA-3.
So to clarify, oops, hard time with this, I apologize.
Yeah.
I guess I wasn't meant to be a singer. Sorry. Just to clarify, so you're looking for Exhibit 3, those projects, you're looking for when they started and ended, or?
So I'm mainly curious about the project completion date, but I'm also curious about the current status of each of the projects within AA-3. So if it would be possible to do a late file in an Excel spreadsheet to have the project number, the phase it's in, and then the date that phase began. because a lot of that information can be found within AA3, but not all of it's available, and there are variations between phase names and milestones. So it'd be good to have a comprehensive list and a complete list.
Aren't the projects on? Aren't they on that work order listing as well?
So within attachment 3, I don't, it's.
I
just
think what I'm wrestling with is what I think the capital here is associated with work orders that go in service, not necessarily projects go in service, right? Because there's multiple work orders on projects. So there's a relationship between the work orders and a project, but that doesn't say that the project, there's other projects, right? Or these projects are necessarily, the filing is not on projects going in service. In other words, it's on work orders that make up the capital.
Yes.
So, I don't think I don't think the information of the status of that project is currently in here as part of the filing. I don't think, if that's what you're looking for.
So the phase of the projects aren't available? Like what phase the projects are in?
Our systems.
Maybe for the other one.
Yeah, we're just talking through how to logistically do it. Logistically to do it, we'd have to call up every project, look at every work order to figure out the work orders that are completed or not, to know if the project's done or not. That's what it would take to do that.
Okay. As an example, so if you look at page 2036, for an example of what I'm looking for. So an example would be that project of, let me know when you get there.
2036, did you say?
Yes.
Could you clarify for the record what exhibit you're referring to, please?
AA-3.
Thank you.
Still on.
And that, what I'm looking at is a supplement page.
Yes. So
Project.
the information I would be looking for in like an Excel spreadsheet, it would have the first column and it would have the project ID. So CD00759. The next column would have construction, which is the phase that it's allegedly in according to this. And then a third column, which would have the date that that phase began. So that would be December 31st, 2017. Just to see which projects are in which phase and how that's associated with the work orders to try to find out how much of the project is remaining.
Well, they're talking. Can I ask you, what do you mean? What's your definition of phase? You mean construction versus,
So if you go to page 2036,
which I'll do later, yeah.
okay, it specifically says milestone/phase name. So
I mean, all of this work has completed construction. That's why it's put in service.
Okay, but there's no completion date for some of them. So like the one that I pointed.
There wouldn't be a completion date on a path because that's what we set up before the project even begins.
Yeah.
We don't know that at the time.
So there's nothing to track the progress of these projects as they are today.
I mean, project managers track the progress of these projects.
Okay.
Just to note too, the page you're looking at is, I think, one of a number of supplements for the same project, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So like page 2033 is the beginning of that supplement, right? That's an older supplement. The pages before that are the newer supplements for that same project. So think of it like a book. Ultimately getting up to
Yeah, we attach all of our older documents to the most current document. So some of the documents you're looking at are from 2017, 2018, when we have more updated path forms from 2023, 2024, 2025.
Yeah, like the current supplement, the last supplement file for that project is on page 2017. That shows you, what was approved for that project. But to know if that project is completed or not, or still, you'd have to go call up every work order to verify that. We don't list that information in our project forms. It's just We're just listing the reason for the supplement, why are we asking for more or change in dollars?
Okay. Thank you.
So we'll leave late file Exhibit 10 open for the next item, right? Or do you have a request in?
That's correct, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay.
That completes the OCC's cross.
All righty. Thank you very much. Before we move on, a couple things. One, I think the commissioners may have a couple questions that we'll just knock off right now first.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith, and thanks to everyone for a really informative hearing today. So yeah, we have a few additional questions on behalf of Pura. First, regarding project justification for capacity needs. Earlier, Mr. Butler and the witness panel were discussing the 40-year lives of transformers as a factor in considering sizing up a transformer's capacity to ensure that it can meet future demand growth. How does the company determine that additional capacity is needed for a particular asset while also considering load-reducing factors such as DERs, demand management, flexible interconnections, among others?
So I can't give the detailed explanation, but system planning is a department within the company that looks at all of those factors according to company procedures and industry standard practices and puts together an analysis of each project.
Okay, and you're looking at that in a holistic, integrated framework?
Yes, they look at existing capacity, known step loads, and customer growth and trends over time.
Okay, so both supply side, demand side simultaneously. Okay, great, thank you.
Correct.
Okay, second question, actually this has a few questions embedded in it, but regarding ESI capital projects paid for by a customer, earlier the witness panel was discussing with Mr. Butler how a capital project that is ultimately paid for by a customer can be included in the up to 300 million of projects included in ESI rates. So first, how frequently does this happen? In other words, as a portion of the up to 300 million threshold included in ESI each year, what amount of those projects will ultimately be paid for by a third party?
I don't think I could answer that without doing an analysis of the numbers.
Okay. Okay. And then how frequently is it the case that this type of capital expenditure would appear in one RAM rate year and then the offsetting customer payment would show up in a subsequent RAM year?
That is a possibility. I have to look at the numbers to see that.
Okay, and do you have a means of tracking that? And
Yeah,
inform
because we file additions each year for these projects, so.
Okay. And there's
I could see if
identified.
there's a specific identifier for each project.
Okay. And then as a follow-up to that, is it typically the next RAM year when that offsetting payment would be made, or could it be beyond a year?
I would think typically it would be within that next year.
Okay. All right, good. And then potential if it's been if there's a potential for a longer period of time than 1 year, or that happens, what has been the average number of years between when the capital expenditure appears in the RAM and the offsetting? Like if that does in that rare, what you implied was somewhat some rare possibility, like what would be the number of years in between?
I don't think I could speak to that without looking at the numbers.
Okay. And then has the company ever earned a return on ESI capital investment that are ultimately paid for by customer? And how would that work?
Well, I think that goes back to, we'd have to look at the numbers to determine the timing of that. Because I think it's important to recognize too, that the vice versa also does happen where there may be capital placed in service towards the end of the year that is not included ultimately in the ESI calculations.
Okay.
But subsequent to that, in the first, I'll call it January through August, let's say, which is typical of seeing the first 300 million of investment. If that credit comes through in the first couple months, that would be reflected through the ESI, while the initial project cost wouldn't be.
Okay.
So I think we, to Mr. Toronto's point, we'd have to look at the numbers to see what that looks like. We haven't done that analysis.
Okay. And actually, I forgot to ask sorry to loop back, but on my first question, when you're thinking about supply and demand together, I mean, what's your time frame? Like, what's your horizon that you would account for, those, the effects of those, sometimes called non-wires alternatives or emerging alternatives that take advantage of demand side management or flexible interconnection and so on?
The studies I'm aware of, they do immediate, so the current conditions, and then a 10-year horizon.
Okay, all right, thank you. And I think the authority would like an additional late file exhibit that would give us more details to list all the projects included in the ESI since the mechanism's inception for which a third party ultimately paid in full or in part for the project. So what we'd like to see is a couple of elements. First, the capital investment amount and the RAM year it was included in the ESI. Second, the customer payment amount, the date the customer made the contribution, and the RAM year in which it was credited in the ESI. Third, the name of the party that made the payment, along with the project number, and then a very brief description of the project. Would that be feasible for us?
And that would be late file exhibit 10. And we can read it back if that'd be helpful.
Yeah, that would be acceptable.
Thank you. I think that'll help us in our review. Commissioner Smith, that's all I have at this moment. Thank you.
Would you like me to read it again?
I think, are we okay? Do you need to reread it or did you?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
That's a yes reread or yes, you're okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'm glad you're okay. That's great. Okay, excuse me.
Thank you. And I realized I probably should have posed this when we were talking about SBC. I'm looking at OCC 1, attachment 1, the Excel spreadsheet. And I'll wait if the appropriate people need to come up to answer if they're already there.
There's a lot of information on that attachment, so
Okay,
we can take
it's
your
the
question.
one, it's the line 62. Western Union fee-free location costs. Am I looking at the same?
Yes.
Okay, and it's $103,460. Exactly what are those for?
Sorry, I forgot my name tag. I'm Dan Trainer. Not really my area, but I'll take a shot at it. So Western Union is a payment firm that the company utilizes to accept walk-in payments. So you can go to your local corner store, some pharmacies may have it, and you could make a payment at that location. And for those locations, it's fee-free for the customer. Some locations that are non-contracted, they might charge $1, $2, something like that. So those costs, I forget what the amount was, are for the locations where a customer doesn't have to pay a fee,
Okay.
but it gets charged to us. and then put in the.
Okay, and this is regardless of the form of payment that they use, whether it's.
Typically cash.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And one other clarifying thing too, just wanted to be, the current year's RAM does not include any costs associated with that. So that was a unique, I think it was 1 to 2 year period of converting those locations. So the OCC one attachment one they were referring to was a previously approved RAM rate from, I think, prior to July 1st. Yeah, so it was effective September 1st of 2024 rate. So that was including older costs. So we do not have any costs included in the current RAM proceeding for 2025 for that particular line item.
Is that because you no longer offer this service or it's showing up elsewhere?
No, so the fee-free costs themselves are a part of base distribution rates.
Okay.
And as part of the settlement agreement, the over-under recoveries were deferred. So those are the actual cost of the fees for those free payments to customers. Those costs are in base distribution rates.
Oh.
This was the cost specific to converting 102 specific locations. Once those were on board, there were no more costs included in the SBC.
And is the fee you pay to Western Union like a percentage of the money they take in? Do you know, or is it per transaction?
I'm not sure.
And maybe I'll ask you when we get to the rate case. I mean,
Yeah,
it's not really relevant today.
Subject to check, I do believe it's a per transaction fee, but certainly we would have that information as part of the base distribution rate
Okay.
case, or I could confirm it if you would like.
As it's not in this current RAM, then I think we can punt till you come back in July.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we turn to our friends at Deep, let me just ask Attorney Vidra if you would like to redirect now or later at the end.
Thank you for asking, Commissioner Smith. The company would prefer to do redirect at the end of all questioning by parties. So if Deep has questions after that, please.
Good. Okay. I just wanted to keep asking to make sure I got it.
Thank you for checking.
Good. We'll turn to Deep, please. No questions. Well, that was good. So would you like to do some redirect now? Would you like a recess or are we good?
The company would please like to request a short recess.
Okay. 5 minutes enough?
5 minutes is sufficient. Thank you.
All right, we'll recess.
How you doing?
So what? I'll leave in solidarities with our whole. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, exactly. I saw that. And right now. Yeah, at least I saw
Anything else that's in there is purely put in by the discipline.
They're fine. They're not there. The section exists, it's organic, so that's what she was, that's proud of.
So I'm like, for art, she is that. You got it wrong. I said, I don't need.
Okay, we'll go back on the record, and thank you all for coming back. It's always a danger to let you go out on a beautiful day like this. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing the company a brief opportunity on recess. The company has no further questions.
Okay, thank you. So let's see. Is there any other interveners? I don't believe so, but just to double check. Okay. And then before concluding today's proceeding, I'd like to briefly ensure agreement on the late file exhibit list, reviewing the schedule for the docket and addressing the final administrative issues. So I have a total, and my computer went to sleep, but I think we were up to nine late files. Does that sound right? Or was it 10? 10 altogether. Thank you. 10 late file exhibits for the company, which will be due no later than 4 p.m. on Wednesday, June 10th. And also as indicated on the agenda, the next events scheduled in this proceeding include late filed exhibits are due on June 10th, as I just said, late file hearing if needed on June 15th at 2 p.m., briefs due tentatively on June 22nd, proposed final decision tentatively on July 17th, written exceptions tentatively on July 29th, oral arguments if requested on August 4th, regular meeting final decision tentatively on August 19th. So do any parties or interveners have any other final administrative matters? Hearing none, I will, looks like everyone's happy, so I want to thank you for coming today. And if we startled you with microphones that worked, I apologize for that, but it was terrific because we want to make sure Pura hears everyone. That concludes today's proceeding, so we stand adjourned until the late filed hearing if requested, and thanks again.